Purgatorio by Dante Alighieri, based on the translation by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Canto 1. The Shores of Purgatory, The Four Stars, Cato of Utica, The Rush. The little vessel of my genius now hoists sail to course o'er gentler waters, leaving behind a sea so cruel. And of that second kingdom now I sing, wherein the human soul doth purge itself, and become worthy to ascend to heaven. But let dead poesy here rise again, O holy muses, since that I am yours, and let Calliope ascend a moment here, accompanying my song with that sound of which the Pierides felt the power so keenly that they despaired of pardon. The sweet colour of the oriental sapphire that gathered on the cloudless aspect of the sky, pure as far as the first sphere, restored delight unto mine eyes as soon as I had issued forth from the dead air which so afflicted sight and heart. The beauteous planet that to love incites was making all the Orient to smile, veiling the fishes that escorted her. Looking towards the right, I turned my thoughts upon the other pole, and saw 4 stars, ne'er seen before, save by the primal people. The heavens rejoiced at their flickering, it seemed, since thou, O widowed northern region, hast been deprived of seeing them. When I withdrew my gaze from them, and turned a little to the other pole, where the wane had disappeared already, I saw beside me an old man, alone, worthy of so much reverence in his look that no son owes his father more. A long beard flecked with white he wore, in semblance like the tresses of his hair, of which a double strand fell on his breast. And the rays of the 4 sacred stars did so adorn his countenance with brightness, that it looked to me as though the sun were shining on him. "Who are you?" he said, parting those noble plumes. "O ye who counter to the blind river, have fled away from the eternal prison. Who led you, or was a light to you, guiding you out of the night profound that ever darkens the infernal valley? Have the laws of the abyss been broken, or has some new counsel changed in heaven, that being damned ye come unto my crags?" Then did my leader lay hold upon me, and with his words, and with his hands and signs, made me do reverence on my knees and brow. Then answered, saying, "I come not of myself. A lady did from heaven descend, and at her prayers have I aided and accompanied this man. But since it is thy will that more of our state be unfolded and told for what it truly is, my wish cannot be to deny thee. This man has never yet his last hour seen, but by his folly was so near to it that very little time had he to turn. So unto him was I sent, as I said, for rescue, and no other way was there to go than this which I have taken. I have shown him all the people of perdition, and now those spirits I intend to show him, who have purged themselves beneath thy care. How I conducted him would be too long to tell. Virtue descending from on high did aid me here to lead him, to behold thee, and to listen. Now may it please thee to vouchsafe his coming. He seeketh liberty, which dearest is to him who knowingly didst cast aside his life for her. Thou knowest it, since death did not taste bitter to thee for her sake in Utica, where thou didst leave the vesture that will shine so brightly the great day. By us the eternal edicts thus have not been broken, since this one lives, and Minos binds me not. But of that circle am I, where the chaste eyes of thy Marcia gaze, who raising them still prays to thy, O holy heart, to hold her as thine own. For her love, then, incline thyself to us. Permit us through thy sevenfold realm to go. I will take back this grace from thee to her, if thou deignest to be mentioned there below. Then, Marcia was so pleasing to mine eyes, said he, while I was on the other side, that every grace she wished of me I granted. Now that she dwells beyond the evil river, she can no longer move me, by that law made when I issued forth from there. But no flattery is needed, if, as thou sayest, a lady of heaven doth move and direct thee. Let it suffice that for her sake thou ask me. Go then, and see thou gird a smooth rush round this man. Bathe thou his face, that all foul stain be cleansed away therefrom. For 'twere not befitting, with an eye o'ercast by darkling mist, to go before the first angelic ministers of those in Paradise. This little island nurtures rushes, down there, yonder, below the place where billows beat upon the soft mud round its base. No other plant that puts forth leaf there, or that stiffens stem, can sustain life, because these yield not to the blows. Thereafter your return be not this way. The sun, which now is rising, will direct you where to take the mount by easier ascent. With this he vanished, and I rose to my feet without a word, and drawing closer to my guide, turned my gaze on him. And he began, Son, follow thou my steps. Let us turn back, for the plain slopes down on this side towards its lower shore. Dawn was extinguishing the matin hour, which fled before it, so that from afar I recognized the tremor of the sea. Along the solitary plain we went, like such as seek to find a lost road and return, and, till they find it, seem to go in vain. As soon as we were come to the place where dew contends with sun, and being partly in the shade, evaporates but little, in gentle manner did my master place both hands upon the grass outspread, whence I, perceiving his intent, did lift my tear-stained face to him, and there did he make wholly visible the true hue hell in me had hidden. We came then down to the deserted shore, which never yet saw one to navigate its waters, who afterwards experienced his return. There he begirt me as the other pleased. Oh, marvellous! For even as he plucked the humble plant, it suddenly sprang up again, replaced where he uprooted it. Canto 2. The Celestial Pilot. Casella. The Departure. Already had the sun reached the horizon, whose meridian circle covers up Jerusalem at its high zenith. A night that revolves opposite was issuing forth from Ganges, with the scales that fall from her hand when the days shorten. From where I was, I could already see the white and rosy cheeks of beautiful Aurora, growing orange from her too great age. We still were on the border of the sea, like people who are thinking of their road, who go in heart, and with the body stay. When, lo! Just as upon approach of morning, through the heavy mists, Mars grows a fiery red down in the west, upon the ocean floor, there appeared to me, again may I behold it, a light so swiftly drawing near along the sea that no winged flight could equal such a motion. For when I had withdrawn my eyes from it a space that I might question my conductor, I saw it had grown even greater, even brighter. Then on each side of it appeared to me I know not what of white, and little by little underneath emerged another whiteness. My master had uttered no word yet, even when the first whiteness unfolded into wings. But when he clearly recognized the pilot, he cried, make haste, bow low and bend the knee. Behold the angel of God, clasp close thy hands. Thou shalt see ministers like this from now. See how he disdains all human means, needing no oar nor any sail, but his own wings between such distant shores. See how he points them up to heaven, fanning the air with those eternal plumes that do not moult like mortal ones. Then as the bird divine drew near, and ever nearer to us, ever more bright did he appear, so that mine eyes could not sustain him close. So down I lowered them, even as he came to shore in a small vessel, very swift and light, that barely skimmed the surface of the water. Upon the stern of it stood the celestial steersman, with beatitude inscribed upon his features, and more than 100 spirits sat within. In exitu Israel de Egypto, they chanted, all in unison, and after did continue according to the psalm. Then he made the sign of the sacred cross to them, whereat they cast themselves upon the shore, and he departed, even as speedily as he had come. The throng of souls left standing there seemed unfamiliar with the place, and stared around like those who do experience something new. The sun with his resplendent shafts had chased away from the mid-heavens Capricorn, and the day's rays were darting forth on every side, when the new people raised their faces towards us, crying, "If you know it, show us the way to go up the mountain." And Virgil answered, "Ye think perhaps that we have knowledge of this place, but we are strangers like yourselves. Just now we came a little while before you by another route that was so rough and steep that any further climb will seem like sport to us." The souls who saw me drawing breath became aware that I was still alive, and blanched in their astonishment. And as a crowd that presses round a messenger to hear news of the olive branch he bears, careless of being trampled by each other, so at the sight of me these fortunate ones gaped motionless, the entire company oblivious of going on their way to be more blessed. One from among them I did see come forward as if to embrace me, and with such great affection that I was moved to do the like. O empty shadows, save in seeming, 3 times did my arms clasp around him, and as oft did my hands return back on my breast. I flushed in bewilderment, and then grew pale, whereat the shadow smiled and backward drew, while I, pursuing, eagerly pressed forward. Then, at a gentle word that I should stay my steps, I knew for certain who it was, and did entreat him please to stop a while, to speak with me. He made reply, "Even as I loved thee in my mortal body, so do I love thee free of it. Therefore I stop." "But wherefore goest thou?" "My own Casella," I replied. "To return again there where I was, I make this journey. But how much time hath been delayed for thee?" And he to me, "No outrage hath been done, if he who takes both whom and when he pleases hath here denied me passage many times, for his will is replete with righteousness. In truth, he has for 3 months past been taking whosoever wished to enter in all peace. So I, who had been on that shore where Tiber's stream turns to salt water, was received by him with every kindness, and to that outlet hath he now winged course, because the ones who can't descend towards Acheron assemble there for evermore." And I, if some new rule have not erased thy memory or skill, in rendering that love song that was wont to calm all my desires, may it please thee to comfort and console my soul awhile, that in coming here, with its own body, suffers such distress. Love that within my mind discourses with me, forthwith he began to sing, so sweetly that its sweetness still resounds within me. My master and myself, and all that folk that round him flocked, felt so gratified to listen, that we thought about naught else. We were all standing motionless, attentive to his notes, when lo! the grave old man appeared again, exclaiming,
"What, you lazy spirits, what is this? What negligence, what idling about is this? Run to the mountain, strip the scales from off your eyes that doth prevent you from seeing God manifest."
Even as doves, when gathered round the grain or corn, feed quietly together, pecking at their food without accustomed pride, and then, upon a sudden, should aught occur to frighten them, abandon what they eat, because a greater care assails them. So did I see that company, freshly come, the song relinquish, and scatter to the hills, like those that go but know not whither. Nor was our own departure any slower. Canto 3. Discourse on the limits of reason. The foot of the mountain. Those who died in contumacy of Holy Church. Manfredi. Although their sudden flight had sent them running all across the plain, I turned towards the mount, where reason spurs us on, always keeping close unto my faithful comrade, for how without him could I ever keep my course? Who but he would guide me up that mountain? And yet it seemed to me he did reproach himself. O noble conscience, pure, without a stain, how sharp a sting a trivial fault is to thee! After his feet had gradually slowed the pace which mars the dignity of every act, my mind, that had been inwardly confined, widened its attention outwards eagerly, and I directed my sight upward to the peak that highest towards the sky did rise. The sun, that was a flaming red behind us, cast a shape on the ground before me of myself, which blocked its rays. And at the sight of that dark shadow lying at my feet alone, I turned to one side, dreading abandonment. "Why dost thou still mistrust?" my comforter began, turning round to face me. "Dost thou not know I am thy constant guide? 'Tis evening there already, where lies buried that body within which I once cast shadow. It's been taken from Brundusium, Naples has it. If no shadow any longer fall before me now, marvel at it, not more than at the heavens, where one ray of light doth not impede another. That power, by whose will its works be not unveiled to us, provides that bodies such as these must suffer torments, both of cold and heat. He is a fool who would surmise that reason can traverse that infinite path on which one substance in three persons walks. Mortals, remain content with asking quia, for if ye had been able to see all, no need would there have been for Mary to give birth. And what ye have seen is that fruitless longing granted as eternal grief to those who long for their desires to be quenched at last. I speak of Aristotle and of Plato and of many others. Here bowed he his head, and no more said, but remained troubled. Meanwhile unto the mountain's foot we reached, where so precipitous we found the cliff that even limbs of the nimblest had been vain. The most desolate and solitary track between Turbia and Lerici would have seemed an easy, open stairway by comparison. My master, halting then, began, "Now who can tell us where this cliff slopes down a little, so that even those without wings may mount?" While he kept fixed eyes to the ground, musing about the nature of the path, I turned my gaze up towards the rocks, and on the left I saw a throng of souls appear, whose feet moved towards us, but who came so slowly they seemed not to move at all. "Raise thine eyes," I to the master said. "Behold, on this side some come who may give us counsel, if thou of thine own self canst have it not." He looked at them, relieved, and with an air of joy replied, "Let us go towards them, and confirm thy hopes, sweet son, for they come slowly." Those folk were still about 1,000 paces far from us, or the distance that one might be able to throw a stone by hand, when suddenly they pressed against the solid rock of the high cliff, and halted motionless, as one who stands in doubt and stares. And Virgil began, "O spirits that have here attained a good end, O happy ones, already chosen, by that peace which I believe you all await, tell us upon which side the mountain slopes, so that we may be able thus to climb, for lost time irks him most who most would know." As sheep come issuing forth from out the fold, by ones and twos and threes, while the others stand back timidly, with eyes and noses down, and what the foremost does the others do, huddling themselves against her if she stop, simple and quiet and questioning not. So thereupon I saw, beginning to approach us, the leader of that fortunate flock, modest in face and dignified in gait. As soon as those in front saw that the light was shadowed on the ground to my right side, and had lengthened to the cliff's very foot, they stopped and backward drew somewhat, and all the others, following after them, not knowing why or wherefore, did the same. "Without your asking," Virgil said, "let me confess that this indeed a human body is, which you do see, and therefore is the sunshine cleft upon the ground. But marvel not thereat, and be persuaded yet that only through heaven's power derived would he endeavour to surmount this wall." After the master spoke, these worthy people signalled with the backs of their hands, saying, "Turn there, then, and go before us." And one of them called out, "Whoe'er thou art, before you go, turn thine eyes here, consider well if e'er thou saw me in the other world." I turned me towards him and looked closely. Blond he was, and beautiful, of noble mien, but one eyebrow was split by a heavy blow. When with humility I disclaimed of ever having seen him, he said, "Now do thou behold," and showed high on his breast another wound. Then with a smile he added, "I Manfredi am, the grandson of the Empress Constance. Therefore on thy return I do beseech thee, go to my lovely daughter Constanza, mother of Sicily's honour and of Aragon's, and tell her this truth, whatever else be told. After my body had been pierced by these 2 mortal stabs, I gave myself up weeping unto him who willingly doth pardon. Horrible had been my iniquities, but infinite goodness hath such ample arms that she receives whoever turns to her. If the Bishop of Cosenza, who by Clement had been sent to hunt me down, had read the page of God aright, the bones of my dead body would still be at the bridgehead, near to Benevento, under the safeguard of the heavy cairn. Now the rain bathes and the wind moves them far beyond the realm by the river Verde, where he transported them with tapers quenched. But this curse of theirs has not so killed eternal love that it cannot return, so long as hope has anything of green. True is it that he who dies disobedient to Holy Church, though penitent at last, must on the outer side of this bank wait for 30 times the duration of his life of insolence, unless such decree be shortened by prayers of the righteous. See now if thou hast power to make me happy, by telling good and beautiful Constanza how thou hast seen me, and of this ban besides, for those on earth can much advance us here. Canto 4. Farther Ascent. Nature of the mountain. The negligent, who postponed repentance till the last hour. Bell'acqua. Whenever the soul doth concentrate its faculties on one sole object, whether drawn to it by pain or by delight, it heedeth nothing else, through ear or eye, which proveth it an error to believe that more souls than one do kindle in us. And so whenever aught is heard or seen which keeps the soul's attention fixed, time vanisheth, and we are not aware of it. And even if one faculty strives to stay tuned to time, another can be absorbed entirely. The former is in bonds, the latter free. Of this truth I had real experience, as I looked and listened to that spirit. For 50 full degrees already was the sun uprisen, and I had not even noticed it, when we arrived at where those souls, with one accord, cried out, "Here's what you asked for!" When the grape is ripening, a peasant with his small forkfuls of thorns often hedges up an opening that is much larger than the passage was through which my leader and myself in single file did now ascend, after that company departed from us. One can climb up San Leo and descend in Noli. One can mount to the summit of Bismantova alone and on foot, but here one needs to fly. Fly with the swift pinions of desire, I mean, with the plumes of hope proffered by him whom I followed, and was a light for me. We climbed up through the narrow gully, rocks hemming us on every side, the ground demanding use of both our hands and feet. And when we finally reached the highest ledge of the cliff and onto an open hillside, I said, "My master, what way take we now?" And he to me, "Don't now let slide a single step. Still up the mount behind me win thy way, till some sage escort shall appear to us." The summit was so high it surpassed sight, and the hillside so precipitous that it exceeded the line from middle quadrant to the centre. So spent with weariness was I that I began, "O my sweet father, turn and behold how far behind and alone I do remain, unless thou stay." He pointed toward a terrace overhead, which circled round the hill on the other side, and said, "Force thyself to reach up there, my son." These words of his so spurred me on that I strained every nerve to crawl behind him until that flat ridge was beneath my feet. Thereupon we seated ourselves, both of us, and turned eastwards, from whence we had ascended, for all men do delight in looking back. To the low shores mine eyes I first directed, then up towards the sun did lift them, wondering why we were struck by it on our left-hand sides. The poet well perceived my bewilderment, as to why that chariot of light was rising there, twixt us and Aquilon in the north. Whereon he said to me, "If Castor and Pollux were in the company of yonder mirror that up and down the land conducteth light, thou wouldst behold the zodiac's jagged wheel revolving even closer to the Bear's, unless it swerve from its old track. If thou dost wish to know how that may be, think for thyself and imagine that Jerusalem on Zion along with this mount on earth were standing, so that they both could share a sole horizon with hemispheres diverse. As a result, the road which Phaeton sadly knew not how to follow must of necessity pass this way on one side, and that way upon the other, if thine intelligence do rightly heed. Truly, my master, said I then, I never yet saw quite so clearly, as now I do discern, where my mind was surely at fault, that the mid-circle of supernal motion, which certain sciences call the equator, and which lies between the solstices of sun and winter, is as far north, for the reasons thou hast said, as it is towards the hotter countries, according to the Hebrews. But if it pleaseth thee, I fain would know how far we have to go, for the hill rises higher than mine eyes have power to see. And he to me, this mount is so constructed that 'tis always hard at the start below, but the more one climbs, the less it wearies. Therefore when thou dost see that all is pleasant, and that going up doth seem as easy to thee as floating down the current in a boat, know then that thou hast come to the track's end. There hope to rest thy weary breath at last. No more I answer, but this know for truth. And as he finished uttering these words, a voice was heard close by us, saying, Peradventure thou wilt have need of sitting down ere that. At the sound we each swung round and saw a great rock massed upon the left, which neither he nor I before had noticed. Thither we drew, and there found souls standing, lounging in the shadow behind the rock, such as through indolence are wont to do. And one of them, who seemed greatly fatigued, was sitting down, with both his knees embraced, holding his face bowed low between them. "O my sweet lord," I said, "turn thine eyes there on him who shows himself more lazy than if Sloth herself his sister were." Then he turned round to listen, and barely lifting his gaze above the level of his thigh, said, "Now go on up, O thou who art so valiant." Then I knew who he was, and my recent efforts, which did still a little my breathing quicken, did not hinder me from going up to him, though after I approached he hardly raised his head to say, "Hast thou truly understood why the sun drives his chariot over thy left shoulder?" His few words and indolent behaviour moved me to smile a little, and so I began. "Belacqua, no longer will I grieve for thee, but tell me, why art thou thus seated in this place? Dost thou await an escort, or has thy usual habit seized upon thee?" And he, "Oh, brother, what's the use of climbing, since God's winged angel seated at the gate would not let me pass to my torments? First must the heavens revolve around me here outside the gate, as many times as in my life, since I postponed sighs of repentance to the end, unless ere that some prayer which rises pure from a heart in grace bring me some aid. What use is aught else not heard in heaven?" Meanwhile the poet was climbing on ahead of me, calling, "Come now and see how the sun doth touch the meridian, and the feet of night are already covering Morocco's shores." Canto 5. Those who died by violence, but repentant. Buon Conte da Montefeltro. La Pia. I had already from those shades turned away to follow in the footsteps of my guide, when from behind, pointing a finger at me, one shouted, "See, it seems as if the sunshine lights not on the left of him below, and like a living one doth he conduct himself." I turned mine eyes back at these words uttered, and saw them all staring at me in astonishment, at me, only me, and at the light that was broken. "Why doth thy mind so occupy itself like this?" the master said. that thou thy pace doth slacken? What matters to thee what is whispered here? Follow me close, and let the people talk. Stand firm and steadfast as a tower whose top will never sway for all the blowing of the winds. For the man in whom thought riseth upon thought must miss the mark and set himself aback, for the force of one doth weaken the other. What could I say in answer but, I come? I said it, flushed a little with that hue which maketh a man sometimes worthy of pardon. Meanwhile, along the slope of the mountain-side, somewhat ahead of us, a group approached, singing the Miserere, verse by verse. When they became aware that I no passage gave to the rays of sunshine through my body, their song changed into a long, hoarse "Oh!" And two of them, in lieu of messengers, ran forth to meet us, and demanded, "Pray apprise us of your condition." And my master answered, "Return where ye came, and carry back the news to those who sent you, that the body of this man is flesh indeed. If they stood still because they saw his shadow, as I suppose they did, that answer is enough. So let them honour him, for it may profit them." Never before had I seen mists of early nightfall, nor august clouds, enkindled by the setting of the sun, cleave the air serene so swiftly, for they returned in briefer time than that, and at their arrival all the others wheeled towards us, like cavalry on the run, without a rein. "This crowd is great," the poet said, "that rushes at us. They head for thee with their appeals, but go straight on and listen as you go." "O soul that goest to beatitude," they shouting came, "bearing the very limbs and members thou wast born with, stay thy steps a little for us. Look and see if thou knew one of us before, that thou might carry news of him back over there. Ah, why dost thou go on? Ah, why not stay? We were all slain by violence long since, and sinners unrepentant were till the final hour, when a light from heaven did admonish us. Therefore, both penitent and pardoning, we left life reconciled to God, and stirred with a longing in our hearts to see him. And I, although I gaze into your faces, none do I recognize. But if aught that I have power to do may please ye well-born spirits, speak ye, and I will do it, by that peace which earnestly I seek, following the feet of such a guide as this from world to world. And one began, "Each one of us has confidence in thy good offices without thine oath, save if thy will be thwarted by thy powerlessness. And therefore I, who speak alone before the others, do pray thee, if thou ever seest the land that twixt Romagna lies, and that of Charles, be thou so gracious to me in thy prayers at Fano, that good orisons be made for me, devoutly, that I may purge away my grave offences. I sprang from there, but the deep wounds through which the blood of my life flowed were dealt me in the bosom of the Antenori, there where I thought to be the most secure. 'Twas he of Este had it done, who held me in hatred far beyond the call of justice. Had I fled perhaps to the Mira, when surprised at Oriaco, I might still be over there where men do breathe. But I ran to the marshlands, where the reeds and mire so entangled me that I fell, and watched my veins fill a pool upon the ground." Then said another, "Ah, that thy desire be fulfilled which draws thee to the lofty mountain, aid thou mine too, with pious pity. I was of Montefeltro, and am called Buonconte. Nor does Giovanna nor any other care for me. Hence do I go among these with a downcast brow." And I to him, "What violence or what chance led thee to stray so far from Campaldino, so that thy burial site was never found. Oh, he replied, at Casentino's foot a river crosses, named Arciano, born above the hermitage in Apennine. There in Bibbiena, where its name is lost in the Arno, I did arrive, my throat pierced through and through, fleeing on foot and bloodying the plain. And there did I lose my sight, and my utterance ceased with the name of Mary on my lips. Thus did I fall, my flesh tenantless. Truth will I speak, do thou repeat it to the living. God's angel took me up, and he of hell shouted, "O thou from heaven, why dost thou rob me? For one poor little tear thou bearest away his eternal part, and takest him from me. But I'll deal with his remains in other fashion." Thou knowest well how damp vapour in the air is gathered, which to water turns, as soon as it rises where the cold condenses it. He combined evil will, which only seeks for evil, with intelligence, and moved the mist and wind by the powers which his nature gave him. Then, when the day was done, he covered the valley from Prato Magno to the Apennines' great chain with fog, and made the skies above so heavy that the pregnant air to water quickly changed. Down fell the rain, and into the gullies flowed whatever the earth tolerated not. And as it mingled with the mighty torrents, headlong rushed towards the royal river with such speed that nothing held it back. The raging Arciano found my frozen body near its mouth, and into Arno thrust it, loosening from my breast the cross I made with my arms when the agony o'ercame me. It rolled me along its banks and to its depths, then with its spoils did cover and begirt me. Ah, murmured a third spirit, following the second, when thou hast returned unto the world, and rested thee from thy long journeying, do thou remember me, who am La Pia. Siena made me, Maremma unmade me. He knoweth it, who first encircled my finger, espousing me with his gem. Canto 6. Dante's Inquiry on Prayers for the Dead. Sordello, Italy. When the gambling game of dice is broken up, the loser stays behind, despondent, repeating his throws, deploring his failures. The crowd follows the winner, one running before him, another plucking him from behind, and at his side a third, reminding him of himself. He does not stop, attending first to one, then another. Those whom his hand reaches crowd him no longer, and thus he defends himself from the throng. Even such was I in that dense multitude, turning my face this way and that, and freeing myself with promises. There was the Aretine, who from the arms of savage Gino di Tacco had his death, and he who fleeing from pursuit was drowned. There imploring with his hands outstretched was Frederick Novello, and that other of Pisa, who made the good Marzucco seem so strong. I saw Count Orso, and the one whose soul was divided from its body, so he said, by hatred and by envy, and not for any crime committed. I mean Pierre de la Brosse, and while she is still on earth, let the Lady of Brabant take note that she end up in no worse flock one day. As soon as I was free from all these shades who only prayed that someone else may pray, so as to hasten their becoming holy, I began to speak. It appears, O light of mine, that thou hast specifically denied in writing that prayer can alter the decrees of heaven. And yet, despite that, these people pray for it. Might then their expectations be in vain? Or is thy meaning yet unclear to me? And he to me, my writing is explicit, nor is the hope fallacious of these souls, if with sane intellect 'tis well considered. For the summit of high judgment is not lowered because love's fire can instantly resolve the debt which each one here must satisfy. And there where my text otherwise affirmed, faults could not amended be by prayer, because prayer was then divorced from God. But truly in regard to doubt so deep, do not decide, unless she who shall become thy light, linking truth to intellect, will tell thee. I am not certain that thou understandest. I speak of Beatrice, she whom thou shalt see above on this mountain top, smiling and blessed. And I, good leader, let us make more haste, for I no longer am as weary as before, and see ye now the hill a shadow casts. We will keep going further, he answered, as far as is possible in the daylight now. But the facts are not as thou dost think. Ere thou the summit reachest, thou shalt see that sun return, which now behind the hill dost hide, so that his rays break not because of thee. But yonder there, behold, a soul is seated all alone, and looking hitherward. It will point out to us the quickest way. We reached him. O Lombard soul, how haughty and scornful thou didst bear thee, and how grave and majestic the moving of thine eyes. Nothing whatever did he say to us, but let us go our way, eyeing us only after the manner of a couchant lion. But Virgil drew closer to him, entreating him to point out to us the best way to ascend, and the spirit did not respond to his demand, but asked instead what was our native land and what our life. The gentle guide began saying, Mantua, and at that the shade, all inward drawn at first, rose up from his place and came towards him, saying, O Mantuan, I am Sordello of thine own land. And one embraced the other. Ah, servile Italy, thou hostelry of grief, a ship without a pilot in great tempest, a brothel, not a lady of the provinces. That gentle soul was joyous at the mere sound of his sweet native land, and quick to welcome there its citizen, while the living ones within thee are now never without war, and even those within one wall and moat do ever gnaw each other. Wretched country, search all around the coastline of thy shores, and then within thy bosom, to see if any part enjoyeth peace. For what did Justinian the bridle of thy law renew, if the saddle remaineth empty? Thy shame would be the less without it. Ah, people of piety that most should be devout, if thou hadst understood what God did teach thee, thou wouldst have left Caesar to sit upon the saddle. Behold how vicious this wild beast has now become, no longer held in check by spurs, since thou didst lay thy hand upon the bridle. O German Albert, who oughtest to bestride her saddle-bow, but hast abandoned her to grow savage and recalcitrant, may a just judgment from the stars down fall upon thy blood, so evident and unexpected that thy successor may have fear thereof, because thy father and thyself, held back by greed over there in other lands, have allowed the garden of the empire to be laid to waste. Come, careless one, come and see Montecchi and Capelletti, Monaldi and Filippeschi, those grieved already, and these doubt-depressed. Come, cruel one, and witness the oppression of thy nobility, and tend to their wounds, and thou shalt see how safe is Santa Fiore. Come and behold thy Rome that is lamenting, widowed and alone, that day and night exclaims, My Caesar, why hast thou forsaken me? Come see how open-hearted are thy people, and if no pity moveth thee for us, then come, and be ashamed of thy renown. And if it be lawful for me to ask, O Jove supreme, who upon earth wast crucified for us, Have thy just eyes turned otherwhere? Or is this preparation for some other good that thou dost conjure in thine own dark counsel, cut off from our perception utterly? For all the towns of Italy are filled with tyrants, and each peasant who playeth the partisan has become yet another Marcellus. My Florence, thou mayst be happy to hear this digression, for it concerns thee not, thanks to thy people, who reason so well. Many have justice at heart, and are slow to aim, for they don't use the bow without due caution. But thy people have it constantly on their lips. Many refuse the common burden of public office, but without being asked, thy people answer eagerly, crying, I'll do the job. So be joyful, for thou hast good reason for it. Thou art affluent in peace and full of wisdom. If I speak true, the facts will not belie me. Athens and Lacedaemon, that framed the ancient laws and were so civilized, left little hint to us of living well compared with thee, who makest such subtle provisions that what thou dost spin in October barely lasts until the middle of November. How oft, within the frame of thy remembrance, hast thou altered thy laws, money, offices, and customs, and renewed thy limbs? And if thou consider well and see the light, thou shalt see thyself to be an ailing woman, who cannot find repose upon her bed of down, but wards off pain with restless tossing. Canto 7. The Valley of Flowers, Negligent Princes. After the gracious and glad salutations had 3 or 4 times been reiterated, Sordello finally drew back to ask, Who are you? Long before the souls of the deserving were directed to this mountain to ascend to God, my bones were buried by Octavian. In this wise then did my dear leader make reply. Virgil am I, and for no other crime than this, for not having faith did I lose heaven. As one who suddenly before him sees something whereat he marvels, who believes and yet does not, saying it is, and it is not. So did that soul appear, who then bowed low his brow, and with humility turned towards him once again, and as an inferior would, embraced him now. O glory of the Latians thou, he said, through whom our language showed its powers, O pride eternal of the place from whence I came! What merit or what grace reveals thee to me? If I be worthy to listen to thy words, tell me if thou dost come from hell, and from what circle? Through all the circles of that woe-begotten realm, responded he, have I come hitherward. Heaven's power impelled me, and with that I come. Not for the done, but the undone did I lose sight of that high sun which thou desirest, and which too late I recognized. There is a place below, not sad with torments, but with darkness only, where lament has not the sound of wailing, but of sighs. There do I dwell together with the little innocents, snatched by the teeth of death before they were baptized from human sinfulness. There do I dwell among those souls without sin, who are not dressed in the 3 saintly virtues, but in others which they follow. But if thou dost know, give us some indication, if thou canst, by which we may the sooner come where purgatory has its true beginnings. He answered, No fixed place has been assigned us. 'Tis lawful for me to ascend as well as circle. So far as I can go, I will be guide to thee. But see already how the day declines, and we cannot climb up more at night. Therefore 'tis well to think of some fair place of rest. There are some souls on the right, here set apart. If thou permit me, I will lead thee to them, and thou shalt know them not without delight. How is this? Virgil said. Would he who wished to climb by night by others be prevented, or would he not have the power himself to climb? And the good Sordello drew his finger along the ground, saying, See this, thou couldst not even pass across this line, once that the sun has gone. And this for naught but that nocturnal darkness hinders thee from going up, by perplexing the will through powerlessness. We might return below, and wander about in darkness, walking round the hill as long as day is hostage to the horizon. Whereon my lord, as in amazement, said, Do thou conduct us thither then, where thou didst say we could take some delight in tarrying. We had passed on but a little way from that place, when I perceived that the mountain side was hollowed out in the fashion of valleys. Here, yonder, said that shade, will we repair, where the hillside of itself hath made a lap, and there will we await the new-born day. Twixt hill and plain there was a winding path, which led us to the margin of that dell where the valley rim fades halfway down. Gold and fine silver, scarlet and pearl white, Indian wood, resplendent and serene, fresh emerald the moment it breaks open, were all surpassed in colour as the lesser is by the greater, as compared to the herbage and the flowers planted within that hollow. Nor in that place had nature painted only, but had mingled a mysterious fragrance from the sweetness of 1,000 odours. And there I saw seated on the green amid the flowers spirits that were invisible from above the valley, and all of them singing Salve Regina. Before the scanty sun seeks refuge in his nest, began the Mantuan, who had led us thither, do not request me to lead you to them. Ye will distinguish all their actions and their faces better from this ledge than if ye were received among them in the plain below. He who sits highest, and who moveth not his lips to the song with the others, but looks like one who neglected what he should have done, was the Emperor Rudolph, who had power to heal the wounds that have slain Italy, and from which through another she revives little and too late. The next beside, who doth appear to comfort him, governed the region where the water riseth, that Moldau carries to Elbe, and Elbe takes to the sea. His name was Ottokar, and even in swaddling clothes he was far better than his son, the bearded Wenceslas, who feeds in luxury and ease. And that snub-nosed one, that as an aspect so benign and close in counsel seems with him, died fleeing and disflowering the lily. Look there how he is beating at his breast. Behold the other one, who for his sighing cheek has made of his own palm a bed. Father and father-in-law are they, and the plague of all France. From a lewd and vicious life proceeds the grief that pierceth them. He who appears so stout of limb and chimes in singing with the other of the prominent nose was begirt with the cord of every valour. And if the young lad who behind him sitteth had remained king after him, that valour might well have passed from vase to vase, which cannot be said of the other heirs. Frederick and Giacomo possess both kingdoms, but neither doth the better heritage possess. The virtues of men of probity do not often rise up through their branches, and this he wills who grants them, that we may ask of him. My words apply to the large-nosed one, no less than to the other, Peter, who with him sings, Wherefore do grieve Apulia and Provence? The plant is inferior to its seed, for even more than Beatrice and Margaret doth Constanza still boast of her husband. Behold the monarch of the simple life, Harry of England, sitting there alone. He in his branches has a better issue. and he who lowest on the ground among them sits upward looking, is the Marquis William, for whose sake Alessandria and her war make Montferrat and Canavese weep. Canto 8. The Guardian Angels and the Serpent. Nino di Gallura. The Three Stars. Curado Malaspina. 'Twas now the hour that turneth back the thoughts of those who sail the sea, and melts the heart for the day they said farewell to their sweet friends. The hour when the new pilgrim is with pure love penetrated, if he heareth from afar a bell that seemeth to deplore the dying day. The hour when I neglected all I heard, to watch one of the souls who rose up and begged a hearing with his hand. He joined his palms and raised them both, fixing his eyes towards the Orient, as if to say to God, I care for nothing else. Then Te lucis ante issued so devoutly from his mouth, and with such dulcet tones, that from my thoughts it drew me out. And the others accompanied him most sweetly and with piety through the hymn entire, their eyes fixed on the heavenly spheres. Here, reader, fix thine eyes well on the truth, for the veil is so thin indeed now that to see past it is surely easy. I saw that army of the gentle-born gaze upward in silence after that, pale and humble, as if in expectation. And I saw from on high come forth and down descend 2 angels with 2 flaming swords, truncated and deprived of points. Green as the little leaflets just now born their garments were, which by their verdant pinions beaten and blown back they trailed behind. One just above us came to take his station, and the other to the opposite bank descended, so that the people were contained between them. I could clearly distinguish their blonde heads, but the eye was bewildered by their faces, as if that faculty was confounded by excess. From Mary's bosom both of them have come, Sordello said, as guardians of the valley against the serpent that will appear anon. Whereupon I, who knew not from which place, turned round about, shrinking back closer to the faithful shoulders, utterly frozen. Once more Sordello spoke, saying, Now we descend mid the grand shades, and speak to them. Right pleasant will it be for them to see you. Only 3 steps I think that I descended, and was below, and saw one who was looking only at me, as if he fain would know me. Already now the air was darkening, but not so much that what was hidden twixt his eyes and mine before was soon made plain. Towards me he moved, and I towards him also. Noble Judge Nino, how did it rejoice me to behold thee not among the damned! No greeting fair was left unsaid between us. Then he asked, How long is it since thou didst come o'er the far waters to the mountain's foot? Oh, I said, through the dismal places did I come this morning, and am still in the first life, albeit by this journey I do hope to gain the other. And on the instant my reply was heard, he and Sordello both shrank back from me, like people who were suddenly bewildered. One turned towards Virgil, and the other towards a shade who sat near by, crying, Up, Curado! Come and behold what God in grace has willed. Then he turned to me and said, By that singular grace thou owest him, who hides his own first cause so deep that no ford to it is found, when thou shalt be beyond the waters wide, ask my Giovanna that she pray for me,
where answer to the innocent is made. I do not think her mother loves me more, since she has laid aside her wimple white, which she, unhappy, needs must wish again. Through her full easily is comprehended how long in woman lasts the fire of love, if eye or touch do not rekindle it. The viper marshalling the Milanese afield will not provide so fair a tomb for her as would have made Gallura's cock. So he did speak, and with indignant zeal was his face stamped, that with due reason burned within his breast. My eager eyes turned then to gaze towards heaven, to gaze again at where the stars wheel slowest, even as a wheel doth, nearest to its axle. And my guide said, "Son, what dost thou gaze at now up there?" And I to him, "At those 3 torches, with which this hither pole is all on fire." And he to me, "The 4 resplendent stars thou sawest this morning now down yonder are, and these have risen to replace them." As he was speaking, Sordello drew close to him, saying, "Lo, look there, our adversary," and in that direction pointed with his finger. There on the side where the little valley was exposed without a barrier was a serpent, perchance the same which gave to Eve the bitter fruit. Twixt grass and flowers that streak of evil slid, twisting its head to its tail at times, licking its back like a beast that grooms itself. I did not see, and therefore cannot say how the celestial falcons rose up in the air, but I saw them well when they were both in flight. Hearing the air cleft by their verdant wings, the serpent fled, and round the angels wheeled, flying as one back to their stations. The shade that had drawn near the judge when he had called, not for a single moment through that whole assault, stopped staring at me, then spoke. "So may the light that leadeth thee on high find in thine own free will as much of wax as needful is to reach the azure peaks. And if thou knowest any true intelligence of Valdimagra or its neighbourhood, tell me of it, who once was great there. Curado Malaspina was I called, not the elder, but from him descended. I bore a love for mine own, which here is purified." "Oh," I said unto him, "although I never passed through your domains, where is a dwelling throughout all Europe that they are not known? The fame which doth give honour to your house proclaims its lords, proclaims its land, so that he knows of them who ne'er did go there. And as I pray for heaven, so do I swear to you that in naught abates your honoured family the glory of the purse and of the sword. It hath so privileged been by custom and by nature, that even if a guilty head misguides the world, it scorns the evil way, and keeps to the right path alone." And he, "Now go, for the sun shall not rest on the bed 7 times, which the ram bestrides with all 4 feet, before that courteous opinion of thine shall with nails stronger than any other speech be fixed in the middle of thy forehead, unless the course of justice standeth still." Canto 9. Dante's Dream of the Eagle, the Gate of Purgatory and the Angel, 7 Ps, the Keys. The concubine of old Tithonus, lunar Aurora, gleamed white upon the eastern balcony, free from the arms of her sweet paramour.
Her forehead glittered with fine gems, set in the shape of that chill creature which with its tail doth smite the nations. And in that place we were, night had already climbed 2 of the steps by which she mounts, and was preparing to climb the 3rd, when I, who had of Adam something in me, lay down upon the grass where 5 of us were sitting, vanquished by sleep. At the hour just before the dawn, when the little swallow her sad song begins, remembering perhaps her former woes, and when the mind of man prophetic almost doth become, a wanderer from the body, less by reason bound, it seemed to me I saw an eagle in a dream, suspended in the sky, with plumes of gold and wings wide open, poised to swoop, and it seemed that I was there where Ganymede had kith and kin abandoned, when to Jove's high court he was snatched up. And I thought to myself, perhaps it strikes here from habit only, and disdains to seize prey in its talons from anywhere else. Then it seemed that after wheeling for a while, it suddenly descended, terrible as lightning, and snatched me up to the sphere of fire. And there it felt that we were both burning, and this dream of fire did scorch me so that of necessity my sleep was broken. Achilles was no less startled when he woke, starting up, turning his eyes around him, not knowing the place in which he was. That time his mother did from Chiron stealthily carry him, sleeping, in her arms to Scyros, from where the Greeks did lure him afterwards. Then when I upstarted, trembling, sleep fled, and with my face as pallid as a man who hath been frozen with affright. Only my comforter was at my side now. We were alone, and the sun was more than 2 hours high when I looked towards the shore. Be not intimidated, said my lord. Be reassured, for all is well with us. Do not shrink back, but put forth all thy strength, for thou hast at last arrived at Purgatory. See there the cliff that closes it around. See there, where it is cleft, the entrance. Earlier at dawn-tide, which precedeth the day, when thy spirit was inwardly asleep in thee, upon the flowers that deck the land below, there appeared a lady who said, I am Lucia. Let me take up this man who is asleep, so will I make his journey easier for him. Sordello and the other noble shades remained. She lifted thee, and as the day grew bright, upward she rose, and I upon her footsteps. She laid thee here, but first her beauteous eyes did indicate to me that open entrance. Then she and sleep together vanished. I was transformed, like one whose doubts are reassured, and in whom fear doth change to confidence after the truth has been revealed to him. And when my leader saw this change, and I no longer in disquiet, up along the cliff he moved, and I behind him, toward the heights. Reader, thou seest well how I exalt my theme, and therefore if with greater art I strive to fortify it, marvel not thereat. Nearer did we approach until we reached a place where I had first thought I would see a rift or fissure like a crevice in the wall, and there instead I saw a portal, and leading up to it 3 stairs beneath, diverse in colour, and a gatekeeper who spoke no word to us. And as I tried to open wide mine eyes still more, I saw him seated on the highest stair, but with such a face as I could not endure, and in his hand he held a naked sword, which so reflected back the sunbeams to us, that in vain mine eyes did look at it. Say where you are from, he at last pronounced, and what you wish. Where is your escort?
Take heed your coming hither, harm you not.
My master answered him, A lady from heaven, conversant with these matters, even now told us, Go thither, there is the portal, and may she speed your footsteps in all good, responded the courteous warden.
Come forward then, unto these stairs of ours.
So we did approach, and the first stair was made of marble white, so polished and so smooth I saw myself mirrored in it as I was. The second was darker, of deeper hue than puce, made of a calcined and uneven stone, cracked all asunder, lengthwise and across. The third, that rested massively on top, seemed made of porphyry, as flaming red as blood that from a vein is spurting out. Both of his feet were placed on this last stone, and he himself, the angel of God, was seated on the threshold, which seemed of diamond made. Up these 3 steps did my guide draw me, willingly, and said to me, Ask him humbly that he may the door unlock. Devoutly at the holy feet I cast me down, and did beseech for mercy's sake that he would open. But first upon my breast I smote 3 times. Then with his sword tip he inscribed the letter P 7 times upon my forehead, saying, Take thou heed, and wash these wounds when thou shalt be within. Ashes or dry earth would be the colour of his robes, and from beneath these did he draw forth 2 keys. One was of gold and the other of silver. First with the white, and after with the yellow plied he the door, to my great content. Whenever either of these keys doth fail, so that it turn not rightly in the lock, he said to us, this entrance shall not open. One is the more precious, but the other needs more art and thought ere it unlock, for that is how the knot can be unloosened. I hold them for Peter, and he bade me err in opening rather than in keeping shut, so long as people fall before my feet. Then did he push the portals of the sacred door, exclaiming, Enter, but I give you warning, that all who look behind must needs return. And when the pivots of that consecrated gate did swivel round upon their hinges, which are of metal, sonorous and massive, the treasury gates of the rock Tarpeia did not groan as harshly, when from them the good Metellus was dragged away, leaving the meagre evermore. At the first peal of the thunder I turned, attentive, and Te Deum laudamus seemed to hear, in voices mingled with sweet melody. What I heard gave me the sense exactly of what we hear when our ears catch at the sound of people singing, accompanied by the organ, when now we do and now do not hear all the words. Canto 10. The Needle's Eye, the first circle, the proud, the sculptures on the wall. When we had crossed the threshold of the door which the souls of mistaken love avoid because it makes the crooked straight, I heard it close behind me with a clang, and if I then had back turned mine eyes, how could I have the fault excused? We climbed through a fissure in the rock, which seemed to undulate this way and that, even as a wave receding and advancing. Here we need to use no little skill, began my leader, in order to stay close now here, now there, to the receding side. And this so slowed the progress of our steps that the wandering disk of the waning moon regained its bed again to sink and rest before we emerged from that needle's eye. But when we were free at last, and in the open, there, where the mountain slopes away, I wearied out, and both of us uncertain of our way, we halted on that plain, a place more desolate than a desert road. 3 bodies would have spanned the width of it, from its margin edging the void to the foot of the high cliff rising over it. And this terrace stretched like a road before me, twisting now to the left and now to the right, as far as mine eyes could see it. We had not taken a single step as yet, or begun to move, when I perceived that the cliff face, encircling it vertically, and offering no means of ascent, was made of pure white marble, and so ornamented with sculptures carved, that not only Polyclitus, but nature's self had there been put to shame. The angel who after long exile opened heaven to us, bringing tidings of peace on earth, for which we had wept for years in vain, now appeared in the frieze before us, carved so vividly and in so gracious an attitude that no dumb image did he seem. One would have sworn that he was saying Ave, for she was there too, in effigy portrayed, who turned the key to open love exalted. And these words were imprinted on her features as distinctly as a figure stamped in wax. Ecce ancilla Dei, behold the servant of God. Keep not your attention on one place alone, the gentle master said, beside whom I stood on that side where people have their hearts. Whereat I moved my gaze, and did behold behind the figure of Mary, and on that side where he who urged me on was standing, another story carved into the rock, wherefore I crossed in front of Virgil, and drew closer, so that mine eyes might see it better. There, sculptured in the self-same marble, were the cart and oxen, drawing the sacred ark, which warns against the office unappointed. People walked behind in 7 choirs, that caused the senses to contradict themselves, saying, "No," one moment, then, "Yes, they do sing." And likewise was the smoke of frankincense depicted there, causing contradictions of yes and no between the eyes and nose. And there before the blessed tabernacle the humble psalmist danced with girded loins, and in doing so was more and less than king. Opposite, Michal looked scornfully upon him, represented as a woman full of sorrow at the window of a great palace. After gazing at Michal, I moved from where I stood to examine another story, glimmering white and near at hand. There was chronicled the glory of the Roman prince, whose great beneficence moved Gregory to his great victory. I am speaking of the Emperor Trajan, and at his bridal a poor widow stood, in attitude of weeping and of grief. Around about him was a throng of cavaliers, it seemed, with eagles in the gold above them, moving visibly in the wind. The wretched woman in the midst of these seemed to be saying, "Give me vengeance, Lord, for my dead son, for whom my heart is breaking." And he in answer to her seemed to say, "Now wait until I shall return." And she, "My lord," like one in whom grief is impatient, "what if thou shouldst not return?" And he who shall replace me will give it to thee. And she, "What do the good deeds of others avail thee, if thou do neglect thine own?" Whence he, "Be of good cheer, for I see now that it behoves me to discharge my duty ere I move, for justice wills it, and pity holds me to it." He who has never looked on anything new was the creator of this visible language, novel to us, for here it is not found. While I was joying in my contemplation of this art, these images of such humility, and so dear to look at for their maker's sake, the poet murmured, "Behold, look on this side,
although their steps are slow, many people here could direct us to the lofty stairs.
Mine eyes, which were eager to see all things especially new and unusual, were not slow in swinging round towards him. But, reader, I would not wish that thou shouldst swerve from thy good purposes on hearing how God ordaineth that the debt be paid. Pay no attention to the fashion of the torment. Think of what follows it. Think that at worst it cannot last beyond Judgment Day. Master, began I, what I see moving towards us bears no trace of human semblance, nor of aught else that my uncertain sight can guess. And he to me,
The hard and heavy weight of this their punishment bows them so low to earth, that mine own eyes at first contended with it. But look there steadily, and let thy sight distinguish what draws near beneath those stones, and thou shalt already see how each is stricken.
O ye proud Christians, wretched, weary ones, whose vision, based on the mind's infirmity, retaineth confidence in backsliding steps, comprehend ye not what caterpillars ye are, born to transform into the angelic butterfly that flieth towards judgment undefended? Why imagine ye have attained the heights when ye are no more than insects in a chrysalis, mere caterpillars, still unformed? Just as a figure like a corbel, which is sometimes seen sustaining a ceiling or the rafters of a roof, with knees pressed close upon its breast, is unreal, and yet provokes an anguish real enough in the one who sees it, even so was it for me when I looked close and saw those people thus. True it was that they were more or less bent down, according as they more or less were laden, and he who had most patience in his looks did weeping seem to say, I can no more. Canto 11. The Humble Prayer. Umberto di Santafiore, Oderisi da Gubbio, Provenzano Salvani. Our Father, who dwellest in the heavens, not to be circumscribed, but from the greater love thou bearest to thy first works sublime, praised be thy name and thine omnipotence by every creature, in manner befitting to render thanks to thy sweet effluence. May the peace of thy dominion come to us, for unto it we cannot ourselves attain with all our intellect, without its coming. May all men sacrifice their wills to thee, even as thine angels of their own free will make sacrifice, Hosanna singing. Give unto us this day our daily manna, withouten which in this rough wilderness backward goes he who toils most to advance. And even as we do in one another pardon the trespass we have suffered, pardon thou us benignly, and regard not our desert. Put not to the proof our virtue, so easily o'erpowered by the old adversary, but deliver him who spurs it by thy grace. And this last petition, dear our Lord, is verily not made for ourselves, who need it not, but for their sake who remain behind us. Thus, through words murmured for themselves and us, those shades imploring walked beneath their weight, like those we sometimes dream of. Unequal in their anguish and weary did they walk round about and around that first terrace, purging the mists of the world away. If ever a good word is said for us by those who have a good root to their will, what may not here be said and done for them? Well may we help them wash away the stains they carried hence, so clean and light they may ascend unto the starry spheres. Virgil then spoke.
Ah, so may pity and may justice soon unburden you, that ye may have the power to wing your way towards your true desire. Show us which way to follow that is shortest towards the stairs, and if more than one pass, point out which is the least steep to us. For he who cometh with me, in spite of his best will, is slow in climbing, because of the burden of Adam's flesh that he is carrying.
It was not clear from whom the words were coming with which reply was made to those spoken by him whom I was following, but this was said: "Come with us to the right along the bank, and ye shall find a pass possible for living person to ascend. And were I not impeded by the stone which subjugates my too proud neck, forcing me to hold my visage down, I would look up at him who liveth still, yet nameth not himself, to see if I may know him, and make him pity me this burden. A Latian was I born, and of a great Tuscan. Guglielmo Aldobrandeschi was my father. I know not if his name were ever known to you. The ancient blood and deeds of gallantry of my progenitors made me so arrogant that, thinking not upon our common mother, I held all men in scorn to such extent that it led to my death, as the Sienese and every child knows in Compagnatico. I am Umberto, and not to me alone has pride done harm, but all my kith and kin have by its weight been dragged into adversity, and therefore must I bear this burden here among the dead till God be satisfied, since I rejected it among the living." In order to listen to him, I had downward bent my face, and another one, who was not speaking, twisted beneath the weight that cramped him, and looked at me, and knew me, and keeping his eyes fixed on me with difficulty, called out even as I walked along, bowed down with them. "Oh," I replied to him, "art thou not Oderisi, the glory of Gubbio, and honour of that art which is in Paris called illumination?" "Brother," said he, "the leaves touched by the brush of Franco Bolognese do more lightly laugh. All his the honour now, and only mine in part. In sooth I was not so courteous to him while I lived, by reason of the great desire to excel on which my heart was bent. Here do I pay the price of such a pride, and yet I should not even be here were it not that, having power to sin, I turned to God. O vain glory of human powers! How briefly lingers the life green upon thy summit, even when not followed by dull age. Cimabue thought that he would hold the field in painting, but now that Giotto has the cry, the other's fame has been eclipsed. Likewise has one Guido from the other taken the glory of our tongue, and he may be born already who shall chase both from the nest. Worldly fame is nothing but a breath of wind that comes now this way and now that, and changes name because it changes side. What more fame wilt thou gain after 1,000 years, if thine old flesh will have shrivelled, than if thou die while still a prattling babe? For 1,000 years, compared to eternity, is shorter in time than is the twinkling of an eye to the slowest orbit of the heavenly spheres. All Tuscany did once resound with the name of him who staggers down the road in front of me. He is scarce lisped of in Siena now, where he was lord at that time when Florentine fury was overthrown,
then as arrogant as she is now, degraded. Your reputation is the colour of grass, which comes and goes, and he through whom it springs green from the earth doth wilt it. And I, thy words are true, and fill my heart with pure humility, deflating the swollen pride within me. But who is he of whom thou just now spakest? That, he replied, is Provenzano Salvani, and he is here because he had presumed to bring all Siena into his own hands. Thus hath he gone on, and so he goeth without rest, e'er since he died. Such is the debt rendered back by those who presume too far on earth.
And I, if every soul who waits until the end of life before repenting must remain below and may not ascend this high until as much time as he lived has passed, or some holy prayers assist him on his way, how was this one's coming granted him so freely? Once when he lived in greater splendour, he replied, he placed himself in full view on the Campo of Siena, and laying aside all shame of his own free will, brought himself to tremble and to shake like a beggar in order to deliver his suffering friend from the grave duress of Charles's prison. I will say no more, but know that I speak darkly. In just as short a time, thy neighbours too shall make thee feel this same shame. His action released him from the nether confines. Canto 12. The Sculptures on the Pavement. Ascent to the second circle. Abreast in step, like oxen yoked together, I walked alongside that heavy-laden soul as long as the sweet teacher permitted. But when he said, "Leave him and press onward, for here 'tis good that with both sail and oars each drive his boat as quickly as he may," I straightened myself and walked erect again, as walking doth require, although my thoughts were still bowed down and I remained abashed. I had moved on, and was following the footsteps of my master willingly, and we had both already showed how light of foot we were, when he said unto me, "Cast down thy gaze, for it were well for thee to look upon the bed beneath thy feet, to ease the journey." As tombstones of the dead bear carved images upon them of what they were before, in order that some trace of them remain, so that we often weep afresh beside their graves, goaded by the sharp thorn of memory, which only pricks at the compassionate. In like manner did I see figures in relief, sculpted all along the mountain path, of even finer semblance by their excellent artistry. I saw that one created nobler than all other creatures, falling down from the side of heaven like a flash of lightning. I saw Briareus smitten by a celestial dart, lying on the earth on the other side, heavy with the chill of death. I saw Timbraeus, saw Pallas, and saw Mars, still clad in armour round about their father, gazing at the scattered limbs of giants. I saw Nimrod standing at the foot of his great labour, as if bewildered, looking at the people who had been proud of him in Shinar. O Niobe, with what afflicted eyes I thee beheld, traced there upon the pathway, between thy 7 dead sons and 7 dead daughters. O Saul, how didst thou appear there, fallen upon thy proper sword, lifeless, in Gilboa, that afterwards felt neither rain nor dew? O mad Arachne, thee did I behold there too, half spider, wretched among the tatters of thy work, created to thine own harm by thyself. O Rehoboam, thine image seems to threaten here no longer, but is full of fear, though none pursue as a chariot bears it off. That adamantine pavement also displayed how costly was the luckless necklace that Alcmaeon gave unto his mother, displayed how his own sons did throw themselves upon Sennacherib within the temple, and how they left him there for dead, displayed the ruin and cruel carnage that Tomyris wrought, when she to Cyrus said, "Blood didst thou thirst for, and with blood I glut thee," displayed how the Assyrians fled all routed after Holofernes had been slain, and likewise the result of that fell slaughter. I saw Troy in ashes and in ruin shown. O Ilion, how abject and debased was thine image there displayed! What master of the pencil or the chisel could trace such lines and shadows there, as to make even the subtlest intellect to gaze in admiration? The dead seem dead, the living still alive. He who witnessed the reality saw no better than I what I trod upon, as I walked on, head bowed. Stay proud then, O sons of Eve, and walk ye with heads held high, faces unbowed, to bear witness to your evil ways. More of the mountain had been circled by us, and far more of the sun's circuit spent, than a mind less engaged than mine was aware, when he, who was ever watchful in advance, as he walked on, began to say, "Lift up thy head, there is no time left to continue meditating. Lo, look there, an angel doth make haste towards us, and lo, see, the sixth handmaiden doth return from the service of the day. Be reverent in thy bearing, and adorn thy looks, that he may delight to speed us upward. Think that this day will never dawn again." I was accustomed to his admonition never to lose time, so on this theme he could not speak to me unclearly. Towards us came the being beautiful, vested in white, and in his countenance the glimmer of the morning star. His arms he opened wide, and opened then his wings. "Come hither," said he, "near are the steps, and from here easy the ascent. How few are they who come to such a call! O human creatures, born to soar aloft, why fall ye thus before a little wind?" He led us on to where the rock was cleft apart. There smote his wings upon my forehead. Then a safe passage promised me. As on the right-hand side, to ascend the mount where the church stands, that dominates that well-governed city above Rubaconte, the bold abruptness of the climb is broken by stairways that were constructed in an age when ledger and stave were still secure. So was this cliff less steep to climb, rising from the gully of the second circle, despite the sheer rock on either side. As we turned round to take this direction, voices arose that surpassed all speech, singing, "Beati pauperes spiritu." Ah me, how different are these passages from the infernal ones! With anthems here one enters, and below with wild laments. Now that we were climbing up the sacred stairs, it appeared far more easy to me than before, than on the plain below, whence I, "My master, tell me what heavy burden hath been lifted from me, so that I hardly feel aught of fatigue in walking now." He answered, "When the peas which still remain, though mostly effaced, upon thy brow shall wholly be erased, as are the first, goodwill shall so command thy feet that not only shall they from fatigue be free, but will delight when urged on by thee. Then I did what those do who go about without knowing they have something on their heads, unless others' reactions make them suspect it, in which case the hand offers its help to ascertain, and seeks, and finds, and doth fulfil the office which cannot be achieved by one's own sight. And with the fingers of my right hand spread, I found but 6 of the letters that he who bore the keys had carved upon my temples, at the sight of which my leader smiled. Canto 13, the second circle, the envious, Sapphire of Siena. We had reached the summit of the stairway where the mountain, whose ascent frees all from sin, is terraced for the second time. There doth a cornice circle round the hill, in like manner as the first, save that its arc on this is more sharply curved. Nor shade nor shadow is there, nor sculpture even, so doth the bank, and so the road seems smooth, with but the livid colour of the stone.
If we wait for people here to ask the way,
the poet began to say,
then I fear that our decision will be too much delayed.
Then he fixed his eyes steadfastly on the sun, and pivoting from his right side to his left, he swung himself round to face it.
"O thou sweet light," he said, "in whom I trust as we enter this new stage of our journey, lead us now as we would be led from within. Thou warmest the world, thou shinest over it. If other reasons urge us not otherwise, thy rays should be our guide for evermore."
As far as here is counted for a mile, so much had we advanced already there, in little time, by dint of will, when towards us we heard, though did not see, spirits flying, uttering invitations courteously unto love's table. The first voice that passed onward in its flight cried, "Vinum non habent," in accents loud, which it reiterated as it flew behind us. And before it grew wholly inaudible due to distance, another passed by, crying, "I am Orestes," and also did not stay. "Oh, father," said I, "what are these? Whose voices?" And even as I asked, behold the third passed by, saying, "Love those from whom ye have had evil." And the good master said, "This circle scourges the sin of envy, and that is why the cords of the scourge are made from love. The curb or bit will have a different sound. I think that thou wilt hear it, as I judge, before thou reachest the pass of pardon. But let thy sight pierce through the air ahead, and thou wilt see people sitting there, and each one close against the cliff." Then did I open mine eyes wider than before, and looked beyond, and saw shades mantled in robes the very colour of the stone. And when we moved a little farther on, I heard a cry of, "Mary, pray for us," and another cry of, "Michael, Peter, and all the saints." I do not think there is a man who walks on earth so hard of heart that he would not be pierced with pity at the sight I saw before me then. For when I had approached them near enough to see more clearly what they did, my tears began to flow, heavy with grief. They seemed to be covered with a sackcloth vile, and each supported the other on his shoulder, and all of them were by the cliff sustained. Thus do the blind in need of a livelihood stand at the doors of churches, asking alms, each leaning his head upon the other one, so as to arouse pity in those who pass, not only by the sound of their words, but also from their sight, which pleads no less. And even as the sun can never shine upon the blind, so, on these shades, of whom I speak, no light from heaven could ever give its bounty, for all their eyelids were with wire transpierced, that sewed them close, even as is done to a wild sparrow-hawk that won't stay quiet. It seemed to me I did a wrong passing thus by, and seeing others without being seen, so I turned towards my counsel sage. And he, well knowing what the mute would say, did not wait for my demand, but answered, "Speak, and be brief, and to the point." I had Virgil walking with me on that side of the terrace from which one might fall, unprotected as it was by any parapet, and I had the shades devout on the other side, with tears bathing their cheeks, that were seeping through that horrible seam. Towards these I turned then, saying, "O people, certain of beholding the high light, which is the sole care of your desire, so that grace may speedily dissolve the dross upon your consciences, and the limpid stream of memory might flow through it. Tell me if any soul among you here is Latian, for 'twill be dear to me and gracious, and perchance good for him, if I learn it." "O brother mine," came answer, "we are all citizens of one true city, but perhaps thy meaning is, who may have sojourned as a pilgrim in Italy." It seemed to me that this response came from a little farther off from where I stood, so I approached still nearer to be heard. Among the rest I saw a shade that waited, and should any ask me how, I would say, hopefully, with chin uplifted, like a blind person. "Spirit," I said, "who stoopest low in order to ascend, if thou art the one who did reply to me, make thyself known by place or name." "Sienese was I," she then replied, "and with the others I am here to purge my guilty life, weeping to him to lend grace unto us. Though I was called Sapia, sapient I was not, and was far more happy at another's harm than at my own good fortune. And that thou mayest not think I do deceive thee, hear if I was not as foolish as I tell thee. Already, when the arc of my years was declining, my fellow citizens near unto Cole were joined in battle with their adversaries, and I was praying God for what he willed. Routed were they, and forced back into the bitter passes of flight, and I, the chase beholding, felt a joy unequal to all others, so that I lifted my bold face up to God and cried, 'Henceforth I fear thee not,' as did the blackbird at the little sunshine. At the end of my life I wanted to make my peace with God, but I would not have discharged my debt through any amount of penitence, had it not been for the holy prayers of Pier Petignano, who held me in remembrance, and was grieved for me out of charity. But who art thou that goest about questioning our condition, and hast thine eyes unbound, as I believe, and dost discourse breathing?" "Mine eyes," I said, "will yet be darkened here, but for a short space only, for they committed small offence in being turned towards envy. But far greater is the fear of the torment below, by which my soul is troubled, whose load even now weighs down on me." And she to me, "Who led thee then among us, up here, if thou thinkest to return below. And I, he who speaks not, but is with me, and indeed I am alive, therefore ask of me, spirit elect, if thou wouldst have me move my mortal feet for thee, or yonder. Oh, how strange a thing is this to hear, she answered, but a great sign that God must love thee. Therefore help me sometimes with thy prayers, and I implore thee, by all thou most desirest, if e'er thou treadest the soil of Tuscany, restore my fame among my kindred. Thou shalt find them among that vain race who place their hopes in Talamone, and who lose more hope there than in finding the Diana. But the admirals who stake most will most lose. Canto 14. Guido del Duca and Ranieri da Calboli, cities of the Arno Valley. Denunciation of stubbornness. Who is this one that circles round our mountain before death gives him the power of flight, and opens and shuts his eyes at will? I know not who, but know that he is not alone. Ask him thyself, for thou art nearer to him. Accost him gently, so that he may speak. Thus did two spirits leaning towards each other discourse about me there on the right hand, then held up their faces to address me. And one then said, O soul that goeth towards heaven, still trapped within thy body, console us for charity's sake, and declare from whence thou comest and who thou art, for thou makest us marvel much at this grace of thine, as a thing that never yet has been. And I, a river runs through the heart of Tuscany, that is born in Falterona, and flows on unsated for 100 miles. From its banks do I this body bring. To tell you who I am were to speak in vain, because my name as yet makes no great noise. If my mind well grasps thy meaning, then answered him who first had spoken to me, thou art talking of the Arno. And the other then said to him, Why dost he conceal the actual name of that river, even as one does of horrible things? And thus the shade that had been questioned spoke as follows. I know not, but it is truly fit that the name of such a valley perish. For from its source, where in the Alpine mountain whence Pilero has been cleft, it is so abundant that it floods its banks in a few places, all the way to where it yields back and restores whatever the skies dry up from the sea, so that rivers flow on as they will. Virtue, like an enemy, is avoided there by everyone, as is a serpent, whether through misfortune of place or through bad habit that impels them, which is why the dwellers in that wretched valley have been so transformed in nature that it seems Circe holds them in her sty. Its feeble channel first winds down among filthy hogs, more fit to eat acorns than any other food for human use. Then, flowing further down, it finds curs, barking more than their bite merits, and turns its current disdainfully away from them. On it goes, descending further, and the more it swells, the more this doomed and accursed ditch finds the dogs, now turning into wolves. Then, having tumbled down through many a hollow gulf, it finds the foxes, so replete with fraud that they have no fear of being trapped by tricks. Nor will I stop talking because that other hears me, for 'twill be well for him if he remind himself of what the truth reveals to me.
Thy grandson I behold, who doth become a hunter of those wolves upon the bank of the wild stream, and terrifies them all. He sells their flesh, it being yet alive, thereafter slaughters them like worn-out cattle, depriving many of life, and himself of honour. He issues from that dismal forest stained with blood. He leaves it in such wise that it will not be restored to its primal state even 1,000 years from now.
As at the announcement of impending ills, the listener's face grows troubled, not knowing from what side the peril might attack him, so did I behold that other soul which had turned round to listen grow disturbed and sad after having heard such words as these. The speech of one and the features of the other made me eager to know their names, and so I mingled my questions with my prayers, whereat the spirit which first spake to me began again.
Thou wishest I should bring me to do for thee what thou hast not done for me? But since God willeth that such grace as only he can give shine forth on thee, I'll not be chary with thee. Know then that I am Guido del Duca. My blood was so with envy set on fire that if I had beheld a man make merry, thou wouldst have seen my face grow pale. From my own sowing do I reap such straw. O human race, why dost thou set thy heart on this exclusion of companionship? This is Ranieri, this is the boast and honour of the house of Calboli, where no one since has made himself heir of his deserving. And not alone has his blood become void of the goodness demanded for truth and delight twixt Po and the mount, twixt Reno and the sea. For the Romagna lying within these boundaries is so choked with poisonous growth that good cultivation now is difficult. Where, O ye Romagnoli turned into bastards, is good Lizio and Arrigo Menardi, Pier Traversaro and Guido di Carpigna? When in Bologna will a Fabbro rise again? When in Faenza a Bernardin di Fosco, the noble scion of ignoble seed? Be not astonished, Tuscan, if I weep when I remember Guido da Prata and Ugolindazzo, who were living with us, Frederick Tignoso and his company, the house of Travezzara, and the Anastaghi. One race, as well as the other, is extinct. The dames and cavaliers, the care and ease that filled our souls with love and courtesy there, where the hearts have grown so sinful. O town of Bretignoro, why dost thou not vanish, seeing that all thy noble families are gone, and so many people left to escape the guilt? Bagnacavallo does well not to beget more sons, and ill does Castrocaro and Conio worse in taking trouble to produce such counts. The Pagani will do well when their devil shall have departed, but will not be pure, for the proof of their lives will remain. O Ugolin de Fantoli, thy name is secure, since no one is any longer expected to darken it with their degeneration. But go your way, Tuscan, for it delights me more to weep now than to speak, so much as our discourse grieved my spirit. We were aware that those beloved souls heard us leave. Therefore, by keeping silent, they made us confident of the road. When we went on and found ourselves alone, a voice struck at us like lightning, cleaving the air, and exclaiming, "Whoso findeth me shall slay me."
and then it vanished like a thunderclap that is followed by a sudden cloudburst. As soon as our ears had found peace from this, behold another, with so great a crash that it resembled rolls of thunder following fast. I am a Glaurus who became a stone. And then, in order to press closer to the poet, I took a step backwards instead of forwards. By then the air was already quiet on all sides, and he said to me, "That was the harsh curb that ought to hold a man within his bounds. But you have taken in the bait so that the hook of the old adversary draws you to him. So both the call and the curb availeth little. The heavens summon you and wheel around you. They display their eternal beauties to you, and still your eye is fixed upon the ground, for which reason he who discerns all chastises you." Canto 15, the third circle, the irascible, Dante's visions, the smoke. As much as twixt the close of the third hour and the dawn of day did appear of that sphere of the zodiac, which playeth like a child, and so much did the sun's course now appear to remain, as drawing towards the night. It was vespers, evening here and midnight there, and the sun's rays smote us full in the face, for we had so encircled the mount by then that we were heading straight towards the west, when I felt my brow overpowered by a splendour far brighter than I had ever known before, and was so stunned by this unknown thing that I lifted my hands above my forehead and made a visor of my palms to lessen the excessive glare. As when from off the surface of water or a mirror the sunbeam leaps in the opposite direction, ascending at an equal angle to that which it descends, as far in a direct line to the perpendicular of a falling stone, as demonstrated by art and experiment, so it appeared to me that by a light refracted there before me I was smitten, on which account my vision quickly blurred. "Sweet father, what is that?" I said, "from which I cannot, to avail me, fully shade my eyes, and that seems to be coming towards us?" "Marvel not," he answered me, "if the family of the heavenly host still dazzles thee. It is an angel who hath come to invite us upward. Soon enough thou shalt not feel it grievous, but delightful to behold such things, as much as nature hath fitted thee." When we had reached the blessed angel, he spoke in joyful tones, saying, "Enter a stairway here that is far less steep than are the others." We began to mount, and were already leaving, when "Beati Misericordes" was sung behind us. "Rejoice, thou that overcomest." My master and myself, the two of us alone, began to climb, and thinking to derive some profit from his words while going, I addressed him thus and asked, what did the spirit of Romagna mean by mentioning the exclusion of companionship? Whence he to me, "Of his own greatest failing he knows the harm, and therefore wonder not if he reprove us, that we the less may rue it. Whenever thy desires create division, diminish unity, and cause exclusion of companionship, envy plies the bellows through thy sighs. But if the love of the supernal sphere should direct thine aspiration upward, the fear of loss would not be in thy breast. For there the more each one says ours, so much the more of good each one possesses, for much more love burns in the heart." "I hunger even more now to be satisfied," I said, "than if I had before been silent, for more doubt breeds within my mind. How can it be that goods shared by so many can more beneficiaries make wealthy than if they were possessed by few. And he to me, because thou still doth fix thy thoughts entirely on material things, thou pluckest darkness from the very light. That goodness above, which is infinite and ineffable, floweth naturally towards love, as a beam of light towards a lucid body. The more ardour doth it find, the more it giveth, so that however far that love extendeth, eternal bounty shall increase it evermore. And the more souls aspire towards love, the more will they love well, and that love increase, for the one reflects the other like a mirror. And if my reasoning doth not appease thy hunger, then when thou seest Beatrice, she shall fully relieve thee of this and every other longing. Strive till then that thy 5 remaining wounds, healed only through pain, may soon close up and be erased again, as are the 2 already. Even as I wished to say, thou dost indeed appease me, I saw that we had reached another terrace, and so my eager gaze now kept me silent. It seemed to me once in that circle that I was on a sudden wrapped in an ecstatic vision, as of seeing many persons in a temple, and a lady at the entrance, with the tender aspect of a mother, was saying, "Son, why in this manner hast thou dealt with us? Lo, how thy father and myself were sorrowing, were seeking for thee." And as she fell silent, that which had at first appeared did vanish. Then I beheld another, whose tears were pouring down her cheeks, with such a grief as is provoked by the greatest indignation, saying, "O Pisistratus, if thou art lord of that city whose name aroused such strife among the gods, and from whence every art and science shines, avenge thyself on these presumptuous arms that dare to embrace our daughter." And the Lord, who seemed mild to me and benign, answered with a temperate and placid look, "What shall we do to those who wish us ill, if we damn those who would be loved by us?" Then I saw people blazing with the fire of wrath, who, repeating cries of "Kill him! Kill him!" clamoured round a young man to stone him. And I saw him bowed by the weight of death, which sank him down to earth, but made of his eyes the very gates to heaven, imploring the high Lord in midst of his agony, with such a look as unlocks love and pity, to pardon these his furious persecutors. As soon as my conscious mind returned to things external to it, which are true, I recognized my faults, nor was I wrong. My leader, who noticed how I bore myself like one that tries to rouse from stupor, exclaimed, "What ails thee, that thou canst not stand? Thou hast been walking more than half a league with thine eyes veiled, thy legs stumbling, like a man drowned in wine or sleep." "O my sweet father," said I, "if thou wilt listen, I shall tell thee what visions came to me when my legs were ta'en from under me." And he, "If thou shouldst wear 100 masks upon thy face, thy thoughts, however slight, could never be concealed from me. What thou hast seen was that thou mayest not fail to ope thy heart to the streams of peace which flow from the eternal fountain. I did not ask what ails thee, as one does who only looketh with the eye, who doth not see when the body lies senseless of the soul. But I asked it to give vigour to thy feet, for thus must we urge sluggards on, who are too slow to use their wakefulness when it returns." We passed along as twilight fell, straining forward to peer as far as we could see through the last beams of the bright sun. And lo, by slow degrees a smoke approached in our direction, sombre as the night. Nor was there any way we could escape, as it bereft us of sight and the air of clarity. Canto 16. Marco Lombardo. Lament over the state of the world. The darkness of hell, and of a night deprived of every planet, under a barren sky, obscured as much as possible by clouds, could not have veiled my sight more thickly, nor enveloped me with so harsh a texture as did that smoke which engulfed us there. For it did not allow the eyes to open in it, whereat mine escort, wise and faithful, drew near to me and offered me his shoulder. E'en as a blind man goes behind his guide, lest he should stray, or strike against aught that may harm or even kill him, so did I walk through that bitter and foul air, listening to my leader, who said only, "Take thou care not to be cut off from me." Voices I heard, and each one seemed to pray for peace and mercy from the Lamb of God, who taketh away our sins. Agnus Dei was their preamble, again and again. One word and one metre only was there, so that they all appeared to be in harmony. "Master," I said, "are those spirits that I hear?" And he to me, "Thou apprehendest truly, and they are loosening the knot of anger."
"Now who art thou," said a voice, "that cleavest through our smoke and art discoursing of us, as though still dividing time by calends?"
After we were accosted in this manner, my master addressed me, saying,
"Do thou reply, and ask if the way for us to mount is on this side."
And I, "O creature that dost purge thyself, in order to return beautiful to him who made thee, thou shalt hear a marvel if thou follow me."
"Thee will I follow," he replied, "as far as is allowed, and if the smoke prevent our seeing each other, hearing shall instead connect us."
Thereon I started. "I am going up clothed still in the swaddling bands which death unwindeth, and have come hither through the pains of hell. And since God has thus far enfolded me in grace, that I might his court behold, by his will, and by a method wholly out of modern usage, conceal not from me, but say who thou wert before thy death, and if I go rightly towards the pass, be thy words our escort."
"Lombard was I, and I was Marco called. The world I knew, and loved that excellence 'gainst which each one now bends his bow. For mounting upward thou art going aright," he then made answer, adding, "I beseech thee, pray for me when thou shalt be above."
And I to him, "My faith I pledge to thee to do what thou dost ask, but I am wrung with inward doubt unless I rid me of it. First it was simple, but now has been made double by thy words, which make certain to me here what I couple to it from elsewhere. Indeed, the world is utterly deserted of every virtue, as thou sayest, and is covered and weighed down with sin. But I beseech thee, show me the cause, that I may see it, and to others show it. For one sets it in the heavens, and another here below." A sigh profound, that grief forced to a cry, "Ay me," he first did utter, then began,
"Brother, the world is blind, and truly thou comest from it. Ye who are living refer upwards for every cause, as if all things were of necessity controlled and determined by the heavens. If this were so, free will would be destroyed in you, nor any justice would there be in gaining joy from good, or grief from evil. The heavens do initiate your movements, I do not say all, but even granting that I did, light has been given you for good and evil, and free volition too, which even if it suffers stress in its first battles with heaven, will afterwards conquer all, if well nurtured. To a greater force and better nature are ye subject, despite being free, and that creates the mind, which the heavens do not control in you. Hence, if the world doth go astray at present, the cause lies in yourselves, and should be sought in you, and to that end I'll be your guide. Forth from the hand of him who delights in her before she is, weeping and laughing like a little child in innocent sport, issues the simple soul, that nothing knows save that, proceeding from a joyous Maker, she turns gladly to what gives pleasure. Of trivial good doth a soul first taste the savour, is cheated by it, and chases after, if neither guide nor curb there be to its desires. Hence was it needful for laws to serve as bridle, needful to have a ruler who would at least discern the towers of the true city. The laws exist, but who applies them? No one, for the shepherd who would lead the flock can chew the cud, but cleaveth not the hoof. Wherefore the people who perceive their guide desire the good for which they also hanker, feed only on that, and seek no farther. Thus canst thou clearly see the world depraved through evil leadership. That is the cause, and not your nature, which is corrupt. Rome that reformed our civilization had 2 sons, which did 2 roads make visible, one of God, and the other of the world. But now each quelleth each, the sword is allied to the shepherd's crook, and so both must, of necessity, to a bad end come. Because, being joined, they fear not each other. If thou believest not, consider the harvest, for by its seed each herb is recognized. In the land watered by the Po and Adige, valour and courtesy used to be found before Frederick embarked on his controversy. Now only such as have abstained through shame from speaking with the good or drawing near them cross these lands in safety. True, 3 are left, elderly statesmen in whom the ancient age rebukes the new, and they feel God restores them to the better life too late. Corrado da Palazzo, and good Gherardo, and Guido da Castel, who is better named, according to the French, the honest Lombard. But for now it is true to say the Church of Rome, confounding both these powers, has fallen in the mud, soiling herself as well as her charge. "O Marco mine," I said, "thou reasonest well, and now I understand why the sons of Levi have been excluded from the heritage. But who is that Gherardo whom thou sayest doth remain a sample of the vanished race, to reprove this barbarous age?" "Either thy speech deceives me, or it tempts me," he answered, "for though speaking Tuscan, thou knowest naught, it seems, of good Gherardo. I know him by no other surname, unless I take one from his daughter Gaia. May God be with you, for I come no farther. Behold the dawn, whose rays beam out already, whitening the smoke, and yonder is the angel. I must depart ere he appear." Thus did he speak, and would listen no longer. Canto 17. Dante's Dream of Anger. The 4th Circle.
The slothful. Virgil's Discourse of Love. Remember, reader, if ever a mist o'ertook thee in the Alps, through which thou couldst only see like a mole through its thin membrane, and when the sphere of the sun grew dimly visible through the dense and humid vapours, how they began to dissipate and melt away, and then thine imagination will be swift in perceiving how I first set eyes again on the sun that was already setting. Thus, measuring my footsteps to the faithful ones of my dear master, I issued from that cloud into the dying rays on the low shore. O imagination, that steals us from ourselves sometimes, so that a man perceives nothing from without, although 1,000 trumpets sound around him. What driveth thee if the senses do not? Who stirreth thee, if not a light which takes its form in heaven, either by itself or by a will that sends it downwards? The profile of her impiety who changed herself into that bird that most delights in singing arose just then in my imagination, and thereupon my mind was so absorbed within itself that nothing from outside could reach or be received by it. Then there reigned within my lofty fantasy one crucified, disdainful and ferocious in countenance, even as he was dying. Around him were the great Ahasuerus, Esther his wife, and the just Mordecai, who in word and action was sincere. And even as this image burst apart by itself in the manner of a bubble that breaks when its water surface fails, there rose before my inner vision a young maiden, bitterly weeping, who said, "O Queen, why hast thou willed thyself to naught in thine anger? Thou hast slain thyself in order not to lose Lavinia, but thou art lost to me now, and I am she who mourns at your death, mother, rather than another's." As sleep is broken when upon a sudden new light strikes upon closed eyelids, and quivers in fragments ere it fades, so these imaginings of mine broke down as soon as the effulgence smote my face that was greater by far than any I had known. I was turning me round to see where I might be, when a voice said, "Here is the passage up," which from all other purposes removed me, and made me want to look and see who spoke, with that eagerness that cannot rest until it meets the other, face to face. But as before the sun, which quells the sight and by its own excess of light is veiled, even so my powers were insufficient here. This is a spirit divine who directs us toward the way up without our asking, and who with his own light conceals himself. He deals with us as man doth with himself, for he who sees the need and waits the asking already tends malignly towards denial. Now let our feet respond befittingly unto this call. Let us make haste to mount ere it grow dark, for after that we can no further rise till day. Thus spoke my guide, and I and he together turned our footsteps towards a stairway, and as soon as I reached the first step, I felt the brush of wings close by me that seemed to fan my face, and the words, "Beati pacifici," blessed the peacemakers, free of anger. Now the last rays before night follows were already over us, and stars were starting to appear on many sides. "Oh, my powers, why do you fade away like this?" I said to myself, for I perceived the strength in my legs seemed to be paralyzed. We had reached a point where the steps rose no further, and stood motionless, even as ships weighing anchor near the shore. And listening a little at first in case I heard anything at all in this new circle, I then turned round to my master and said, "Tell me, sweet father, What offence is purged here in the circle where we stand? Although our feet have halted, do not stop thy speech. And he to me,
The love of good that did not what it should have done is here restored. Here is plied again the slackened oar. But so that you may understand more clearly still, turn your attention unto me, and you shall gather some profitable fruit from this delay. Neither the Creator nor any creature ever, he began, was destitute of love, my son, natural or rational, and this thou knowest. The natural is always free of error, but the other may err because of evil aims, or by too much, or by too little vigour. While it directs itself on primary virtues and moderates itself in secondary ones, it cannot be the cause of sinful pleasure. But when it turns to evil or runs after good with too great a zeal, or lesser than it ought, the creature works against its Creator. Hence thou mayest comprehend that love must be the seed within ourselves of every virtue and of every act that merits punishment. Now, inasmuch as love can never turn away its sight from the welfare of its object, all things from self-hatred are thus secure. And since we cannot think of any being standing apart or, from the first, divided, all desire of hating him is removed. Hence it follows, if I judge well, that the evil one loves relates to one's neighbour, and this evil in your clay has three origins. There are those who hope to excel by abasing their neighbour, and for this reason only long to cast him down from prominence. There are those who fear losing power, grace, honour, and renown by another's rising, and this so goads them that they long for its reverse. And there are those who are so chafed by injury that it makes them greedy for revenge, and thus they needs must seek another's harm. This threefold love is lamented for below. Now would I have thee hear of the other kind that aims for good in erroneous measure. Each one doth vaguely conceive and long for a kind of goodness which allows the mind to rest, and thus each one doth strive to attain it. If thou desirest merely look upon or to attain a languid love, after just penitence, this terrace will torment you for it. Another goodness there is that doth not make men happy. 'Tis not felicity, 'tis not the essence or the root of every good fruit. The love that hath abandoned itself to this good in excess is lamented for in the three circles above us. But how it may be reckoned in three parts, I say not, that thou mayest seek for it thyself. Canto 18. Virgil further discourses of love and free will. The Abbot of San Zeno. The high-minded teacher had arrived at the end of his discourse, and was looking attentively into my face to see if I was satisfied. And I, who was still tormented by new thirst, was outwardly mute, but inwardly thinking, too many questions will perhaps annoy him. But that true father who had understood the timid wish that did not wish to disclose itself, gave me the courage to speak by speaking. Whence my sight, O Master, is made so alive by thy light, that I understand with clarity all that thy speech doth import or describe. Therefore do I entreat thee, dear sweet Father, to define the love for me that in thine opinion giveth rise to every good action, and its contrary. Direct towards me, he said, the keen eyes of the intellect, and thou shalt clearly see the error of the blind who would be leaders. The soul, created as it is to be ready for love,
is moved by everything that pleases, whenever roused by pleasure into action. The faculties of apprehension do from real things draw images, and in yourselves display them in such wise that the soul doth turn towards them. And if in turning she attracted is, and doth incline to these, that inclination is love, that attraction is nature, which binds her anew to such pleasures. Then, even as fire doth flame upwards, moved by its own form, which hath been born to ascend, where it may endure the longest, so is the captive soul drawn to desire, which is a spiritual motion, and never rests until the object loved doth bring it joy. Now may it be apparent to thee how far truth is hidden from those people who aver that all love in and of itself is laudable. For though its substance may perchance appear aye to be good, not every seal impresses well, however good may be the wax. Thy words, I answered him, and in their wake my wits have love revealed to me, and yet this explanation leaves me full of doubt. For if love be offered to us from without, and the soul no other foot doth have to stand on, 'tis hardly to her merit if she go right or wrong. And he to me, what reason here perceiveth is within my power to tell. Beyond that, wait thou for Beatrice, 'tis a work of faith. Every substantial living form that is distinct from matter, but is united to it, hath a specific virtue that resideth in it, which is not seen except in operation, nor revealed except through its effects, as life is witnessed in a plant by its green leaves. But from whence cometh the intelligence of these primary notions? Man is ignorant, or what this attraction is for primary desires, which are in you as instinct as in the honey bee to make its honey. So this primary volition merits neither praise nor blame. Now that other desires may conform to this primary volition, a virtue innate within you counsels and controls the threshold of ascent. This is the source from which the judgment of merit in you doth derive, according to how it harvests and winnows good and evil desires. Those who reached the bedrock of true reason became aware of this innate liberty, and thus bequeathed their ethics to the world. Therefore, assuming that every love kindled within you springs from necessity, you have within yourselves the power to restrain it. This noble virtue, according to Beatrice, is free will, and therefore see that thou bear this in mind, if she should speak of it. The gibbous moon, late rising near midnight, now made the stars appear to us more rare, formed as it was like a bucket all ablaze. And her track across the heavens in the east ran counter to the path set aflame by the sun, when Romans watch it set twixt Sardinia and Corsica. And that noble shade, for whom Pietola is more famed than any other Mantuan town, now laid down the load that I had placed on him, while I, who had received rational answers that were clear and plain to all my questions, stood like a man in a drowsy reverie. But this torpor was suddenly taken from me by the presence of a crowd of people that had already surrounded us from behind, and like the furious rout of old, that Ismenus and Asopus witnessed along their banks at night, when the Thebans were in need of Bacchus, so, from what I saw of them as they rushed around that terrace,
those who were approaching us seemed driven by goodwill and righteous love. Full soon were they upon us, because all that mighty multitude were moving at a run, and the two in front were tearfully shouting, "Mary in haste unto the mountain ran, and Caesar, that he might subdue Ilerda, thrust at Marseille, and then ran into Spain. Quick, quick, so that the time may not be lost by little love," forthwith the others cried, "for ardour in well-doing freshens grace." "O people," said my guide, "in whom this eager fervour now, perhaps, redeems delay and negligence in doing good before through lukewarm deeds, this one who lives, and truly I lie not, would fain go up, if but the sun illumine us again. So tell us where the nearest passage is." These were the words of him who was my guide, and one of those spirits then replied, "Follow us behind, and the opening shalt thou find. So full of longing are we to move onward that we cannot stay. Therefore, pray pardon us if our penance is offensive. I was Saint Zeno's abbot at Verona, under the empire of good Barbarossa, of whom Milan still speaks in sorrow. And he has one foot in the grave already who shall ere long lament that monastery, and feel remorse at having there had power, because he put his son, so evil born, in body sick and worse in mind, into the place of its true pastor. If he said more, or then grew silent, I know not, for he had already raced on, far beyond us. But this much I heard, and to retain it pleased me. And he who was in every need my succour said, "Turn thou this way, and see those two who have fastened their teeth upon their sloth." Last of all the crowd they came, shouting, "The people for whom the Red Sea parted were dead before Jordan saw their heirs. And those who were not able to endure the labour of fatigue to its conclusion with Anchises' son gave themselves up to an inglorious life." Then when these shades had so far departed from us that they were no longer seen, a new thought found entrance in my mind, from which many and divers others did arise, and I so drifted from one to another, that in a reverie mine eyes I closed, and transmuted meditation into dream. Canto 19. Dante's Dream of the Siren, the fifth circle, the avaricious and prodigal, Pope Adrian V. It was the hour when the heat of the day, quenched by the earth or sometimes Saturn, can no longer warm the coldness of the moon, when geomancers see their greater fortune rising in the Orient before the dawn by a path that does not long stay dim. At that hour came to me in dream a woman, stammering, squint of eye, with feet deformed, sallow-skinned, and hands lopped off. I gazed at her, and even as the sun comforts the frigid limbs which night benumbs, even so my gaze did render her tongue nimble, restored her posture all erect, and in a little while her wan face flushed with a colour love might have desired. And then, with speech unloosed, she began to sing in such a way that I could hardly turn my attention from her. "I am," she sang, "I am the siren sweet, who mariners amidst the main unman, so full am I of pleasantness to hear. I am she who by my song drew Ulysses away from his wanderings, for he who dwells with me doth seldom depart, so wholly do I sate him." Her lips had not yet closed before a lady appeared, saintly and alert, close at my side, to put her to confusion. "Oh, Virgil, Virgil, who is this?" she sternly cried, and he drew near, with eyes fixed firm upon that modest one. She seized the siren, ripped off her robes, revealed her bare front, her belly exposed, and I did waken from the stench that oozed from it. I turned aside, and there good Virgil was, who said, "I called thee 3 times at least. Rise, quick, and come. Let us find the opening by which thou mayest enter." I rose, and all the circles of the sacred mount were already bathed in the high light of day, and so we set off with the new sun at our backs. I was treading after him, my forehead scored with thought, like one o'erburdened who makes himself the half-arch of a bridge, when I heard the words, "Come, here is the passage," spoken in so gentle a manner, and with such kindliness as is not heard in mortal realms. With open wings which like a swan's appeared, he who thus spoke then led us upwards between 2 walls of solid granite. Then beating his wings he fanned us with his feathers, affirming that those qui lugent would be blessed, for they shall have their souls with comfort filled. "What aileth thee," my guide began to say when we had mounted some way past the angel, "that thou dost stare so much upon the ground?" And I, "A strange dream hath so filled me with dread, and doth so pull me into it, that I cannot stop my thoughts of it." "Didst thou behold," he said, "that old enchantress, she alone for whom the ones above do penance? Didst thou behold how man is freed from her? Let that suffice thee, and smite earth with thy heels. Lift thine eyes up to the lure that the King of Eternity whirls above in mighty revolutions. Even as a hawk that first his feet surveys, then turns to the call, and stretches forth with desire for the food that draws him off. So I became, and so far as the rock is cleft that gives passage to the one who mounts, did I climb on to where the terrace did begin. When I reached the 5th circle, I saw people there, stretched prone upon the ground, all turned face downwards, and weeping. "Ad hyasit pavimento anima mea," I heard them say, with sighs so profound that the words they uttered could hardly be understood. "O ye elect of God, whose sufferings justice and hope both render less severe, direct ye us towards the higher rises." Thus did the poet ask, and thus was answered by one somewhat in front of us. "If ye are come secure from this prostration, and wish to find the quickest way up, let your right hand stay always on the outside." Whence I, in what was said, divined the rest that was concealed, and turned my eyes unto my lord's, when he with a cheerful sign gave his assent to what my imploring looks desired. When I was free to follow my inclinations, I drew close to that creature whose words had struck me, and stood over him, saying, "O Spirit, in whom weeping ripens that without which we cannot turn to God, suspend for me a while thy greater care. If thou wouldst that I procure thee anything there where I come from and whence I live, tell me who wast thou, and why thy back is turned upwards." And he to me, "Wherefore our backs toward heaven are turned, thou shalt know surely. But first this, scias quod ego fui successor Petri. A fair river, the Lavagna, flows down between Siestri and Chiaveri, and my people pride in its name for their title. For little over a month did I essay how heavy weighs the mantle on him who keeps it from the mire, and how feather light all other loads compare. Tardy, woe is me, was my conversion, but only when I had become the Roman shepherd was the falsity of life made manifest to me. I saw that there the heart could never be at rest, nor could one rise any farther in that life. And thus was the love of this one kindled. Until that time a wretched soul was I, removed far from God and wholly avaricious. Now, as thou seest, I am punished for it here. What avarice does is here made manifest in the purging of these down-turned souls, and no more bitter pain doth the mountain have. Just as our eyes did not rise up in life, being fixed fast upon material things, so justice here doth bind them to the earth. Just as avarice extinguished our affection for all things good, restricting our actions, so justice here doth hold us in restraint. Bound and imprisoned hand and foot, we shall remain immovable and prostrate, for as long as it pleases the just Lord. I had fallen on my knees and wished to speak, but he, noticing my reverence just by listening, even as I began, did interrupt. "What cause," he said, "has bent thee down like this?" "For your own dignity," I did reply. Standing, my conscience stung me with remorse. "Straighten thy legs, and upward raise thee, brother," he answered. "Err not, for I and all the others here are fellow servants with thee to one power alone. If ever thou hast heard that holy evangelic sound which saith, Neque nubent, thou canst well see why in this wise I do speak. Now go, no longer will I have thee linger, because thy stay doth incommode my tears, with which I ripen that which thou hast said. On earth I have a grandchild named Alighieri, good in herself, unless indeed our house hath made her evil by example, and she alone remains to me on earth.
Canto 20. Hugh Capet, Corruption of the French Crown. Prophecy of the abduction of Pope Boniface VIII, and the sacrilege of Philip the Fair. The earthquake. Ill strives the will against a finer will. Therefore, to please him, 'gainst my pleasure, I drew the sponge unsaturated from the water. Onward I went, and onward walked my leader, skirting the free space close to the cliff, as along a wall beside the battlements. For the ones from whose eyes was distilled, drop by drop, that world-wide disease, were lying near the verge on the other side. Accursed be thou, old she-wolf, that doth seize upon more prey than all the other beasts, to satisfy thy bottomless appetite. O heaven, by whose gyrations some believe conditions can be altered here below, when will he come through whom she shall depart? Onward we went, with slow and scanty steps, and I, attentive to the shades around me, piteously weeping and bemoaning there. And then by chance I heard the cry, "Sweet Mary," uttered ahead of us amid the weeping, even as a woman cries in childbirth. And she continued then, "How poor thou wast is manifested by that inn, where thou didst lay thy sacred burden down." And then afterwards I heard, "O good Fabricius,
Virtue with poverty didst thou prefer to the possession of great wealth with vice?
These words so pleased me that I walked forward to learn from whom they came, and make acquaintance of that spirit. He continued, speaking furthermore of the largesse which Nicholas gave unto the maidens, that they might conduct their youth in honour. O soul that doth so excellently speak, tell me who thou wast, said I, and why thou art alone to renew these praises well deserved. Not without recompense shall be thy word, if I return to finish that short journey of a life which flieth to its end. And he,
I'll tell thee, not for any comfort I expect from earth, but that such grace shines in thee e'en before thy death. I was the root of that malignant plant which overshadows all the Christian world, and from which good fruit is seldom gathered. But if Douay, Lille, Bruges, and Ghent had power, vengeance would soon be taken on it, and this I pray of him who judges all. Hugh Capet I was called upon the earth. From me were born the Louis and the Philips by whom France has been lately governed. I was the one-time son of a Parisian butcher. When the ancient kings had perished, all excepting one, contrite in cloth of grey, I found me with the reins of the realm held fast within my grasp, and so much power acquired, and so many friends abounding, that the head of mine own offspring was promoted to the widowed diadem of France, from whom the consecrated bones of these began. As long as the great dowry of Provence did not take away the sense of shame from my people, 'twas little worth, but still did little harm. Then began its rapine, with falsehood and with force, and thereafter, just to make amends, it seized on Ponthieu, Normandy, and Gascony. Charles of Anjou came to Italy, and to make amends again made Conradin a victim, and then still to make amends thrust Thomas back to heaven. I see a time not too far distant now, when another Charles shall appear in France, to make himself and his race the better known. Unarmed he goes, with nothing but the lance that Judas jousted with, and that he thrusts, so that the paunch of Florence bursts. Not land, but sin and infamy he thus shall gain, so much more grievous to himself, as he treats such wrongdoings lightly. The other, now gone forth and taken in his ship, I now see selling his daughter, and bargaining for her, as coursers do with female slaves. What more canst thou do to us, O avarice, since thou hast so drawn my blood to thyself, that it no longer careth for its proper flesh? To make the past and future ills seem less, I see the fleur-de-lis now enter Alagna, and take Christ captive in his own vicar. I see him mocked yet another time. I see the gall and vinegar renewed, and between living thieves I see him slain. I see the modern pilot so relentless that even this does not suffice, but without papal decree he turns his covetous sails against the temple. O my Lord, when shall I be joyful made by seeing thy vengeance, which concealed thine anger sweeter makes by secrecy? What I was saying of that only bride of the Holy Ghost, which caused thee to turn towards me for some commentary, has been ordained the subject of our prayers as long as day lasts. But when night comes on, we make moan with contrary sounds instead. At that time we rehearse Pygmalion, whose insatiable desire of gold made him a traitor, thief, and parricide. We bemoan the misery of avaricious Midas, that followed his inordinate demand, for which he must forever be derided. We recall the foolish Achan, then, each one, and how he stole the spoils, so that the wrath of Joshua still seems to sting him in this place. Then we accuse Sapphira with her husband, and laud the hoof that kicked Heliodorus, and the whole mount echoes with the infamy of Polymnestor, who murdered Polydorus. Last of all, we finally cry, "O Crassus, tell us, for thou dost know, what is the taste of gold?" Sometimes one of us speaks loud, another low, sometimes with greater or with lesser force, according to the impulse prompting us to speak. But I was not alone before to speak of goodness that is by day remembered here, yet no other person happened to have raised his voice nearby. We had already parted from him, and were striving to advance along the road as much as was permitted to our power, when I felt the mountain tremble beneath me like it was falling, whence a chill did seize on me, as seizes him who faces death. Surely Delos was not shaken so violently before Latona made her nest therein, to give birth to the two eyes of heaven. At that a great shout went up on every side, so that the master then drew near me, saying, "Fear not, while I do guide thee." From what I understood from those nearby, and where it was possible to hear the cry, they were all saying, "Gloria in excelsis Deo." We paused motionless and in suspense, as still as the shepherds who first heard that song, until the trembling ceased, and it was finished. Then we resumed again our holy path, watching the shades that lay upon the ground already return to their accustomed plaint. No ignorance has ever assaulted me so keenly, nor rendered me more impatient to know, if memory erreth not, than I experienced then as I reflected, nor did I dare question more because of haste, nor see the cause for it at such a moment. So I went onward, timorous and thoughtful. Canto 21. The Poet Statius. Praise of Virgil. The natural thirst that ne'er is quenched except by the water for whose grace the woman of Samaria did beseech, tormented me, and haste goaded me behind my guide along the path blocked by those spirits, for whose just punishment I felt such pity. When lo! just as Luke hath written of Christ already risen from the vault of the sepulchre, who did appear to two upon the way, so too a shade appeared to us, following from behind, and gazing down at the prostrate multitude, nor were we aware of it until it spake, saying, "My brothers, may God give you peace." We turned abruptly round, and Virgil rendered him the counter-greeting, conforming to it. And then he said, "May the true court in the assembly of the blessed, which hath banished me to eternal exile, place thee in peace." "How?" said the other, as we pressed on steadily. "And if ye are shades, whom God deigns not on high, who has guided you up his stairs so far?" And said my teacher, "If thou do note the marks upon his brow which this one bears, traced by the angel, thou shalt see that he among the good shouldst reign. But because she who spinneth day and night hath not yet fully drawn the thread out for him, which Clotho lays for each one on the distaff, his soul, which is the sister of thine own and mine, could not climb upwards here alone, by reason that it sees not in our fashion. Whence I was drawn from out the ample throat of hell to be his guide, and I shall guide him as far upward as my teaching has the power to lead." But tell us, if thou knowest, why the mountain such a shudder gave erewhile, and why all seemed to cry out together as far as its moist base. In asking, he so threaded the needle's eye of my desire, that merely with the hope my craving thirst became less fierce. Naught is there, he began, that the sacred rule of the mountain may allow without purpose, nor aught alien to its customary ways. Free is this place from every earthly permutation. Only what heaven receiveth from itself, and in itself, can here be of sufficient cause, and naught beside, since neither rain nor hail nor snow, nor dew nor hoarfrost any higher falls than that short little stairway of 3 steps. Neither dense nor thin clouds appear here, nor lightning, nor the rainbow, daughter of Tharmas, that oft resides on earth. Dry vapours rise no higher, therefore, than the last of the 3 steps I spoke of, whereon the vicar of Peter rests his feet. Lower down, perchance it trembles a little more or less from the winds that lie hidden underground, I know not how, but up here it never trembles. It only trembles here whenever any soul feels itself pure enough to soar or to ascend the mountain higher, and such a cry attends it. Of purity the will alone gives proof of purging, which, being wholly free to change its company, takes the soul by surprise, and helps it fly. True, it wills from the first as well, but desire for divine justice, for which the selfsame desire to sin now imposes punishment, inhibits it. And I, who have been lying in torment for 500 years and more, just now felt a free volition for a better seat. Therefore thou heardst the earthquake, and the pious spirits along the mountain, rendering praise unto the Lord, that he might soon speed them above. So did he say to us, and since we enjoy as much in drinking as our thirst is great, I could not say how much it did me good. And the wise leader said, Now do I comprehend what net doth trap you here, and how ye are set free, why the earth did quake before, and wherefore ye rejoice. Now may it please you to tell me who thou wast, and let me gather from your words why for so many centuries thou hast been lying here. That spirit made reply, In days when the good Titus, with the aid of the supremest king, avenged the wounds whence issued that blood by Judas sold, I lived on earth, not with true faith as yet, but greatly renowned under the name of poet, a name that most endures and honours. My vocal spirit was so sweet that Rome drew me from Toulouse, where my brows were deemed worthy to be decked with myrtle. The people there on earth still name me Statius. I sang of Thebes, and then of great Achilles, but fell on the wayside with my second burden. The seeds of my ardour were the sparks from that celestial flame by which more than 1,000 have been fired, and which also armed me. I speak of the Aeneid, which to me in song was like my mother and my nurse, and without which I would not have been worth a drachma, and I would gladly have accepted 1 more year of punishment in purgatory, if only I might live on earth when Virgil did. These words made Virgil turn towards me with looks that in their silence said, Be silent. Yet the power that wills cannot do everything, for tears and laughter are so closely linked to the passion from which each springs that they least follow the will in being most truthful. I merely smiled, like one who signals with a wink, whereat the shade was silent, and gazed into mine eyes
where dwells the deepest expression. And then he said, so that thy labour mayst be fully consummated, tell me why thy face displayed the lightning of a smile just now. Now am I caught on this side and on that? One keeps me silent, one conjures me to speak, wherefore I sigh, and I am understood. Speak, said my master, and be not afraid of speaking, but speak out and tell him what he demands with such solicitude. Whence I, thou marvellest perhaps, O antique spirit, at the smile I gave, but I would have more wonder seize thee. This one who guides me, and who lifts mine eyes on high, is that same Virgil, from whom thou didst learn to sing aloud of gods and men. If thou didst for my smiling any other cause impute, dismiss it as untrue, and trust it was the words which thou thyself didst speak concerning him. Already he was bending to embrace my teacher's feet, who said to him, Brother, do not, for shade thou art, and dost a shade behold. And Statius, rising, said, Now canst thou comprehend by this the sum of love which warms me to thee, when I forget this our vain nothingness, and treat a shadow as a solid thing. Canto 22. Statius's denunciation of avarice. The sixth circle. The gluttonous. The mystic tree. The angel was already far behind us, that angel who directed us towards the sixth circle, having erased one mark from off my face. And his voice and theirs who desired justice had sung to us Beati, without reciting all the verse, but ending with Citiunt. Feeling much lighter than through other passes, I was moving onward and following upward those swift-footed spirits without any effort, when Virgil thus began to speak. The love kindled by virtue doth always kindle others, provided that its flame can be revealed. Hence from the hour that Juvenal descended amongst us into the infernal limbo, and made thine affection known to me, my goodwill towards thee has been more than ever bound one to an unseen other, so that these stairs will now seem short to me. But tell me, and forgive me as a friend, if too great confidence let loose the rein, and as a friend now speak to me, how was it possible within thy breast for avarice to find place, mid so much wisdom as thou by thy diligence was filled? At first these words excited Statius somewhat to laughter. Then afterwards he answered, Each word of thine is love's dear sign to me. In truth, things oft-times have appearances which feed our doubt with fallacies, instead of the true and hidden causes. Thy question shows me thy belief to be, maybe from the circle where I was, that I was a niggard in the other life. Know thou that avarice was far removed from me, and thousands of lunar periods have punished my contrary extravagance. And were it not that my thoughts were uplifted when I heard the passage where thou didst exclaim unto human nature, as if indignant, O cursed hunger of gold, to what dost thou not impel the appetite of mortal men? Revolving, I shouldst have suffered from the dismal joustings. Then I perceived that hands could spread too wide their wings in spending, and repented of that as well of my other sins. How many with shorn hair shall rise in ignorance, which doth prevent repentance for this sin, in life and at the last hour? And furthermore know that when any sin hath to confront its contrary offence, the green growth of both doth wither. Therefore, if I was placed among that folk which mourns its avarice, this hath befallen that I might purge myself for the opposite sin. Now, said Virgil, the poet of pastoral song, when thou wast singing of the savage conflict between the twin afflictions of Jocasta, it seems from the way thy Clio touched her lyre that thou wert not faithful yet to that true faith without which good works will not suffice. If this be so, what sunlight or what candlelight illumined thy darkness, to make thee trim thy sails behind the fisherman thereafter? And he to him, Thou wast the first to direct me towards Parnassus, and in its grots to drink. Thou first concerning God didst me enlighten. Thou didst as he who walketh in the night, bearing a light behind him, which helps him not, but alerts those walking after him. When thou didst say, the age renews itself, justice and man's time of innocence returns, and a new progeny descends from heaven. Through thee I became poet, through thee a Christian. But that thou might better see my design, I will extend my hand to colour it. The world was already pregnant in every part with the true creed, disseminated by messengers of the eternal kingdom, and thy assertions mentioned earlier were in harmony with the voice of the new preachers, whence I the custom took to visit them. And they became so holy in my sight, that when Domitian persecuted them, not without my tears were their laments. And all the while that I on earth remained, I them befriended, and their upright habits made me disparage all the other sects. And long before I led the Greeks unto the Theban rivers in my poems, I was myself baptized, but out of fear was secretly a Christian, and for a long time professing paganism, and this half-heartedness caused me to circle round the fourth terrace for more than 4 centuries. Thou, therefore, while we still have time to spare on this ascent, O thou who lifted the veil that hid me from whatever good I speak of, tell me in what place are our old friends, Terentius, Caecilius, Plautus, and Varro, if thou knowest. Tell me if they are damned, and in what region. These Perseus and myself and many others, replied my leader, are with that Grecian whom the Muses suckled more than all the rest, captive in the first circle of that dark prison. Ofttimes we of the mountain hold discourse, which has our nurses ever with itself. Euripides is with us, and Antiphon, Simonides, Agato, and many other Greeks, whose brows of old were decked with laurel. There some of thine own people may be seen, Antigone, Deiphile, and Argia, and there Ismene, mournful as of old. There is she who revealed the source of Langia, there is Tiresias' daughter, and there Thetis, and there Deidamia with her sisters. Now both poets became silent, once more intent in looking round about them, free from climbing and from the cliffs. And 4 handmaidens of the day were already left behind, and the 5th at the sun's pole was still slanting its fiery tip upwards, when my guide said, I think that it behoves us to turn our right shoulders towards the verge, and circle the mount as we are wont to do. Thus custom was our guide in that region, and we resumed our way with less uncertainty, because of the assent of that other worthy soul. They in advance went on, and I alone behind them, listening to their speech, which gave me lessons in the art of song. But soon their sweet discourses were interrupted by a tree, which midway in the road we found, laden with apples sweet and grateful to smell. And even as a fir tree tapers upward from bough to bough, so that did downward, I think in order that no one might climb it. On that side where our pathway was cut off, a limpid stream of water fell from the high rock, spreading wide upon the upper canopy of leaves. And as the two poets drew nearer to the tree, from among the foliage a voice cried out, "Of this food be ye wary," then said, "Mary was more thoughtful of making the marriage feast complete and honourable than of her mouth, which answers now for you. And for their drink the ancient Roman women were content with water, and Daniel too, despising food, gained wisdom. The first age, which was as beautiful as gold, made acorns savourous to the hungry, and every rivulet taste of nectar to those with thirst. Honey and locusts provided nourishment that fed the Baptist in the wilderness, and therefore is he glorious and great, as is revealed to you in the Gospel." Canto 23, Forese, Reproof of Immodest Florentine Women. While I was gazing through the green leaves, as one who wastes his life pursuing little birds is wont to do, my more than father said to me, "Son, come on now, for the time assigned to us should surely be apportioned out more usefully than this." I had turned my face, and know speedily my steps unto the sages, whose converse was so lively that they made the going of no cost to me, when lo, were heard just then a song and a lament, "Labia mea Domine," in such a fashion that it provoked delight and dolence both. "Oh, my sweet father, what is this I hear?" I said, and he replied, "Shades perhaps that go unloosening the knot of debt." In the same way that pilgrims, wrapped in thought, overtake strangers on the road and turn in courtesy to them, but do not stop, even so a crowd of spirits, silent and devout, came up behind us, gazed upon us, and then swiftly passed us by, continuing onward. The eyes of each were dark and cavernous, pallid their faces, and so emaciated that the skin from the bones had taken shape. I do not think that even when most at famine's mercy Erysiton's skin could have been so withered to a rind. And I thought to myself, behold, these are the folk who lost Jerusalem when Mary made a prey of her own son. Their sockets were like rings without the gems. Whoever in the face of men reads the word O Mo might well in these have recognized the M. Who, without knowing how, would believe that the scent of an apple and sound of water could consume souls so by arousal of desire? I still was wondering what had famished them, for the cause of their extreme emaciation to this sad husk was not yet manifest, when lo, from out of the hollows of his head a shade turned both his eyes on me, and with a keen look cried aloud, "What grace is this to me?" I should have never known him from his face, but his voice made evident to me what his mien had suppressed. The spark rekindled within me the memory of his altered face, and I recalled the erstwhile features of Forese. "Ah," he entreated, "do not look at this dry leprosy which doth stain my skin, nor at the lack of flesh that I may have, but tell me truly of thyself, and who are those two souls that yonder seem to escort thee? Do not delay in speaking to me." "That face of thine," I answered him, which I once grieved for dead, gives me no less a cause for weeping now, beholding it so changed. But tell me, for God's sake, what strips you of flesh? Make me not speak while I thus marvel, for he speaks ill, who's full of other longings. And he to me, a power from the eternal will falls into the water and the tree we left behind, and that is why I grow so thin. All of this people who chant and lament are here re-sanctified through hunger and through thirst, for following their appetites beyond all measure. The odour that rises from the apple tree and from the shower that sprinkles o'er its verdure kindles in us the desire to eat and drink. And as we circle round this terrace, our pain is not revived just one time only. I say pain, but ought to say our solace. For the same desire doth lead us to the tree which led Christ gladly to say, Eli, when he freed us with his blood. And I to him, Foresi, 5 full years have not up to this time rolled round, since thou didst change worlds for a better life. If the power of sinning more did end in thee before the hour of surprise, when that good sorrow marries us to God, how hast thou come up hitherward already? I thought to find thee down below, where time for time doth restitution make. And he to me, it is my Nella, with her overflowing tears, who has thus speedily led me to drink the sweet wormwood of these torments. She, with her prayers devout and with her sighs, has drawn me from the coast where one awaits, and from the other circles set me free. So much more dear and pleasing is to God my little widow, whom I so much loved, as in good works she is the more alone. For the savage women of Barbagia in Sardinia are far more modest than the barbarians of Florence, where I left her. Oh, brother sweet, what wilt thou have me say? A future time is in my sight already, to which this time will not seem too far distant, when the unblushing womenkind of Florence will be forbidden from the very pulpits to go about displaying breast and paps. What savages were ever there, what Saracens who stood in need of spiritual or other discipline had to be forced to cover. And if such shameless women know what swift heaven was preparing for them, they would already open their mouths wide to howl. For if my prophetic sight here deceive me not, they shall be crying ere the babe now, hushed to sleep with lullaby, has bearded cheeks. O brother, conceal thyself from me no longer now. See that not only I, but all these people stare at where thou dost veil the sun. Whence I to him, if thou bring back to mind what thou with me hast been, and I with thee, the present memory will be still grievous. He who walks ahead of me did turn me back away from that life I led 2 days ago, when the sister of that one showed round, and I pointed to the sun. Through the deep night of the truly dead has this one led me, with this flesh of mine that follows him. Thence hath his counsels led me up, ascending and circling round the mount that straightens you whom the world made crooked. He says that he will bear me company till I shall be where Beatrice is, and where it behoves me to remain without him. This is Virgil who thus says to me, and him I pointed at. The other is that shade for whom shook every slope of your realm just now, that frees him from itself. Canto 24. Bonaggiunta da Luca, Pope Martin IV and others. Inquiry into the state of poetry. Speech did not slow our progress, nor did we slacken pace by talking, but proceeded steadily, like a ship driven by a favourable wind. And shadows that looked like things doubly dead betrayed their wonder in the sepulchres of their eyes, aware that I was living. And I, continuing my discourse with Foresi, said, "Perhaps he climbs more slowly than he could, for other people's sake. But tell me, if thou knowest, where is Picarda? And tell me too if any one of note I see among this folk that gazes at me so."
"My sister," he began, "and I do not know if she's more beautiful or good, already rejoices in triumph, crowned on high Olympus."
And then he added,
"'Tis not forbidden to name each other here, since our features have been so milked away by dieting. This one," pointing with his finger, "is Buonaggiunta of Lucca, and that face beyond him there, more peaked than the others, has embraced the holy church within his arms. From Tours was he, and purges now Bolsina's eels and the Vernaccia wine by his fasting."
He named me many others, one by one, and all contented seemed at being named, so that for this I saw not one dark look. I saw Ubaldine dalla Pila snapping his teeth at the empty air for hunger, and Boniface, who with his crook had pastured many people. I saw Messer Marchesi, who once had the leisure and less thirst to drink his fill at Forli, but he was one who ne'er was satisfied. But even as one who looks about and then lights on one face more than the others, so did I on him of Lucca, who seemed to recognize me. He murmured something, I know not what, save that I heard Gintuca from that spot where the wound of justice did most macerate. "O soul," I said, "that seemest so desirous to speak with me, do so that I may hear thee, and with thy speech appease thyself and me."
"A maid is born," he then began to say, "who yet unveiled shall make my city pleasing to thee, howsoever men may blame it. Go with this prophecy upon thy way, and if thou art deceived by my murmurings, real events will make things plain to thee. But tell me if here I behold the one who forth evoked the new invented rhymes, beginning, 'Ladies that have intelligence of love.'"
And I to him, "I am the one who, when inspired by love, taketh note well, and according to the measures he dictates, do write it."
"Oh, brother," he said, "now I see the knot which held back the notary, Gittone, and me from the sweet new style that I now hear. I do perceive full clearly now how your pens closely follow him who dictates from within, which certainly did not happen with our own. And he who strains to reach further cannot distinguish one style from another."
And then he held his peace, as if satisfied. Even as birds that winter towards the Nile sometimes into a phalanx form themselves, then fly in greater haste and go in file. In the same way all the people there suddenly turned their faces and quickened their steps, made light by both their leanness and desire. And like a man who weary is of running, lets his companions go onward and walks a while to ease the panting of his chest, so did Foresi let the holy flock pass by, and came along with me behind it, saying,
"When shall it be that I see thee again?"
"How long," I answered, "I may live, I know not, yet my return will not be as speedy as my desire to be on that shore once more, because the place appointed for me there to live is more depleted of good from day to day, and unto dismal ruin seems ordained.
Now go, he said, for I see him most guilty of it, dragged along at the tail of a beast towards the valley of no repentance. Faster at every step doth the beast gallop on, increasing its pace evermore, until it crushes him, and leaves the body vilely mutilated. Those wheeling spheres do not have far to turn, he said, lifting his eyes to heaven, ere thou shalt clearly see what my speech no farther can declare. Now do thou stay behind, because time so precious in this kingdom is, that I lose much of it by keeping thus abreast with thee.
As a horseman sometimes issues at a gallop from out of a troop that rideth past, to seek the honour of the first encounter, so he, with greater strides, departed from us, and I remained on the road behind with those two mighty marshals of the world. And when he had raced on so far ahead that mine eyes had to chase after his figure, as my understanding after his words, another apple tree, with laden and living boughs, appeared, not far distant before me, just as I was turning round the mountain path. And I saw people beneath it, lifting up their hands and crying I know not what towards the leaves, like little children, eager and deluded, who pray to one who answers not their prayers, but who, to sharpen appetite still more, holds their desire aloft, and hides it not. Then they departed, as if still undeceived, and now we approached that mighty tree that had denied so many tears and prayers. Pass farther onward without drawing near. The tree of which Eve ate is higher up, and out of that one has this tree been raised. Thus said I know not who among the branches, at which we three, Virgil, Statius, and myself, crowded close toward the cliffside. Remember, the voice continued, the accursed ones formed in the clouds, who fought against Theseus, glutted with their double-barreled bellies. Remember the Hebrews, who were so fastidious in drinking that Gideon refused their company on his descent of the Midian hills. Thus, closely pressed against one of the two sides, we passed on, hearing of the sins of gluttony, followed forsooth by their miserable gains. Then, more than 1,000 steps farther, we found ourselves on the lonely road, walking apart in contemplation, each one silent. "Where are you going, and what are you thinking, ye lonely three?" said a voice suddenly, and I started as a timid beast might do when terrified. I raised my bowed head to see who it might be, and never was metal or glass in a furnace seen to be so lucent, blazing, and so red as the one I saw, who said, "If it may please you to mount aloft, here it behoves you to turn. This way goes he who goeth after peace." His face had blinded and bereft me of my sight, so that I turned me back unto my teachers, like one who goeth as his hearing guides him. And even as the air of May, the harbinger of early dawn, doth move and breathe out fragrance, imbuing all with herbage and with flowers, so did I feel a breeze strike at the middle of my brow, and felt the rustle of the feathers that breathed forth an odour of ambrosia, and heard the words, "Blessed are they whom grace so much illumines, that the love of taste excites not in their breasts too great desire, for they hunger only for what is ever just." Canto 25. Discourse of Statius on Generation, the seventh circle, the wanton. At that hour there was no hindrance to ascent, because the sun had left his meridian circle to Taurus, and the night to Scorpio. Wherefore, as men do who linger not, but hurry on their way, whatever may occur, once pricked by the spur of necessity, so too did we, entering through the gap and mounting, one after the other, up the stairway, whose narrowness did separate the climbers. And as the young stork that lifts its wing with a desire to fly, but then, not venturing to leave the nest, lets it down droop again, even such was I, with a desire of questioning kindled and quenched, reduced to the action of one who merely prepares himself to speak. Nor, despite our quickened pace, did my sweet father hold me back, but said,
"Let the bow of thy speech loose, that thou hast drawn up to the arrow's barb."
And so with confidence I opened then my mouth and did begin. How can one grow so thin, where there is no need of nourishment?
"If thou wouldst call to mind," he said, "how Meleager wasted away as his firebrand was consumed, this would not be hard to understand. And if thou wouldst consider how thine own image trembles within a mirror at each of thy motions, the difficulty would seem easier still. But so that thou mayest be satisfied in thy desire, lo, Statius is here, and on him I call and pray that he now be the healer of thy wounds."
"If I attempt to explain eternal justice to him," responded Statius, "where thou art present, let my excuse be that I can deny thee naught." Then he began.
"Son, if thy mind canst contemplate and inwardly receive these words of mine, they'll cast a light unto the how thou askest. Perfect blood, which never is drunk up entirely into thirsty veins, and which remaineth like food on the table after all the rest hath been removed, acquires a special power in the heart, sufficient to invigorate all the members, as does the blood that flows through veins to become them. Absorbed, it doth descend into that part of which 'tis better to be silent than to speak, and from there drops down upon another's blood in nature's vessel. There one blood is mingled with another's, one ordained as passive, and the other active, by reason of the perfect place it springs from. And being conjoined, it then begins to operate, coagulating first, then quickening to what it formeth from its own matter. The active virtue being made a soul, like a plant, so far different in that this one is forming, and that one formed already, then so operates that now it moves and feels like a sea sponge, and then begins to develop the powers whose seed it is. Now, son, the generative power from the heart of the begetter dilates and extends to all the members as nature doth intend. But how it changes from an animal to become a human being, thou dost not see as yet. And this question made a wiser man than thou once err so far that he believed the soul separate from the intellect. For according to his theory, there was no organ found to operate it. Open thy heart to the truth that follows, and understand that as soon as the brain is perfectly formed and articulated in the fetus, the prime mover, well pleased at this great art in nature, turns towards it and breathes into it a new spirit, replete with all the virtues, which doth attract into its own substance all that it finds active, and becomes one soul, which lives and feels, and on itself revolves. And that thou may less wonder at my explanation, behold the sun's heat, which becometh wine, joined to the juice that from the vine distills. When Lachesis no further thread has left to draw, the soul separates from the flesh, and bears away its powers both human and divine. The other faculties then growing mute, memory, intelligence, and will, are far more vigorous in action than before. And so, without lingering longer, it falleth marvellously to one or other of these shores, and here first learns which path to take. Soon as its place hath been thus circumscribed, the formative powers radiate around it, in the same way as in living members, and even as the air, when full of rain, seems to be adorned with divers colours, due to the alien rays of light therein reflected, so the surrounding air doth shape itself into that form which the soul, standing there, doth virtually impress upon it. And then, in the same way that a small flame followeth the fire where'er it moves about, so too the spirit followeth its new form. Since it takes its semblance from this form, it is called a shade. And thereafter doth it shape all the senses, even to the sight. This is how we can speak and how we laugh. This is how we can weep and sigh, and make the sounds that thou mayest hear around this mountain. The shade is shaped according as our desires and other affections do stir and impress us, and this is the cause of what thou wonderest at. And now we had arrived at the last of all the circles, and had turned once more towards the right hand, and found ourselves attentive to new cares. For here the cliff shoots out flames of fire, and the terrace breathes up blasts of air that drive them back, keeping the path free. And so we were obliged to pass in single file along the open verge, and I did dread the fire on the one side, and fear the fall on the other. My leader said, "One should keep a tight rein on the eyes as we move along this place, seeing that one so easily might err." Then from the bosom of the great burning I heard the chant, Sume Deus clementiae, which made me no less eager to turn round. And there I saw spirits walking through the flames, and looking out for my steps and at theirs, I divided my gaze from time to time between us. After reaching the last cadence of that hymn, they all shouted aloud, Virum non cognosco, then recommenced their singing with voices low. When the hymn ended a second time, they cried, Diana kept to the woods and drove Callisto out, for she by Venus's poison had been touched. Then once more to their song returned, then cried out the names of wives and husbands who were chaste as virtue and the marriage vow imposes. And I believe that this mode suffices them for all the time the fire is burning them. Such care and such food is necessary for the last wound of their sin to be closed up. Canto 26, Sodomites, Guido Guinizelli and Arnaldo Daniello. While we walked on like this, in single file along the brink, the good master kept repeating, Take thou heed, suffice it that I warn thee. The sun was now striking my right shoulder, and its rays had already changed the western sky from blue to almost white. But I saw that my shadow was making the flames appear more red, and many of the shades who passed also noticed this subtle sign. This was why they found reason to speak about me, and began to say to each other,
That one seems not insubstantial. Then certain of them came towards me, as far as possible, being always careful not to step where they would be no longer burning. Then one said, "O thou, going behind the others, not from being slow, but from reverence perhaps, answer me, who burn with thirst in this fire. Nor to me only would thy reply be needful, for all of these have greater thirst for it than an Ethiop or Indian for cold water. Tell us how it is that thou canst make thyself a wall unto the sun, as if thou hadst not entered yet into the net of death." Thus he addressed me, and I would have straightway revealed myself, had my attention not been bent towards another novelty that just appeared. For along the very middle of the burning road came a group of people face to face with these, who held my attention in suspense. There did I see all the shades hastening to kiss one another on either side, without a pause, content with this brief salute. Thus amidst their brown battalions, one ant meets another, muzzle to muzzle, perhaps to learn their way, or know what lies ahead. No sooner is the friendly greeting over, or ever the first step takes them onward, than each endeavours to outcry the other. The newcomers shout, "Sodom and Gomorrah!" The rest cry out, "Into the cow enters pacify, so that the bull may run unto her lust." Then, as the cranes that fly divided, some to Riphean mountains, others towards the sands, these to avoid the frost, those to escape the sun, so one folk leaves and the other comes, and weeping they return to their first chance and to the cry that most befitteth them. And they approached close to me even as before, the very same who had entreated me, eagerness to listen on their faces. I, who had already seen their inclination twice, began, "O souls, secure in the possession of a state of peace, whenever that may be, know that my limbs and members did not stay on earth, but are here with me, neither green nor ripe with age, but with all their blood and sinews. I go upwards from here to be no longer blind. A lady is above, who wins this grace that I may bring my mortal body through your world. But that your greatest longings may be satisfied, and that heaven, which spreads the farthest and has the fullest store of love, may house you soon. Tell me, that I may write it down on paper, who you are, and what is that multitude which vanishes on its way behind your backs?" The dazed wonder of the peasant from the hills, when rough and rustic to the town he goes, was no different, as he stares dumbly round, than the expression on the face of every shade. But when from their stupor they were freed, which in high hearts is quickly quieted, the first who questioned me began again to say, "Blessed be thou, who gatherest experience from our borderlands, to live a better life. The folk that walk not with us have offended in that for which Caesar, in his triumph, once heard himself derided Queen. Therefore they leave us, shouting, Sodom, even as thou hast heard, to reprove themselves and add unto their burning by their shame. Our own transgression was hermaphrodite, but because no human law did we observe, following like unto beasts our appetite. To sharpen our disgrace whene'er we part from company, we utter the name of her who debauched herself inside the bestial wood. Now knowest thou our acts and of our crime. Shouldst thou perchance by name know who we are, there is no time, nor could I tell it. But thy wish shall verily be granted to know me. I'm Guido Guinizelli, and I do penance here, having repented ere the hour extreme. even as her 2 sons were on seeing their mother when Lycurgus was overcome with sadness, so I became, though not rising to such heights. The moment that I heard him name himself the father of me and my betters, who ever did rehearse the sweet and gracious rhymes of love, without speaking or hearing aught, I simply stood, thinking for some time, beholding him, nor for the fire could I approach him nearer. When at last I satiated was by sight, I offered myself utterly to him, ready for his service, with affirmation that compels belief. And he to me, "From what I hear, thy footsteps leave such tracks in me, so bright and clear, that Lethe cannot efface nor dim them. But if thy words just now were the sworn truth, tell me the cause why in both word and look thou showest that thou holdest me so dear." And I to him, "Those dulcet verses of yours, which as long as our modern style endures, shall make their very ink forever precious." "O brother," said he, "him whom I shall show thee," and here he pointed at a spirit just in front, "was of the mother tongue a better smith. Verses of love and proses of romance he mastered all. And let the idiots talk who think the one of Limoges surpasses him. More to rumour than to truth they turn their faces, and in this way establish their opinion, without understanding either art or reason. Thus many of our forebears with Guitone did, from cry to cry still only giving him applause, until the truth has finally convinced most persons. Now if thou art granted such ample privilege as to enter into that cloister wherein Christ the abbot is of the whole college, repeat to him a pater noster for me, so far as is needful to us of this world, where power of sinning is no longer ours. Then to give place perchance to the one following close behind, he vanished in the fire, as fish dive to the bottom of the water. I moved a little towards him whom Guido indicated, and said that to his name my own desire an honourable place was making ready, and that one, of his own free will, began to say, "So pleases me your courteous demand, I cannot and I will not hide me from you. I am Arnaud, who weeping and singing go. Contrite I see the folly of the past, and joyous see the hoped-for day before me. Therefore do I implore you, by that power which guides you to the summit of the stairs, be mindful to assuage my suffering." Then hid him too in the fire that purifies them. Canto 27. The Wall of Fire and the Angel of God. Dante sleep upon the stairway, and his dream of Leah and Rachel. Arrival at the terrestrial paradise. As when his earliest rays shoot forth in regions where his Maker shed his blood, the Ebro falling under lofty Libra, waters burning in the Ganges at noon, so stood the sun. Hence was the day departing, when the glad angel of God appeared to us. Outside the flame he stood upon the verge, chanting forth Beati mundo corde, in a thrilling voice more living than our own. Then, "Ye can go no farther, O spirits sanctified, if the fire hath not first bitten you. Enter it, and be not deaf unto the song beyond." This he uttered when we were close beside him, and on hearing him I felt like someone who learns he must be buried alive. And with hands clasped together I bent forward, scanning the fire and vividly recalling the human bodies I had once seen burned. My kindly escorts then gathered round me, and Virgil spoke, and said
My son, here may indeed be pain, but not death. Remember thee, remember, for if I have safely guided thee on Gerion's back, what shall I do now that I am nearer unto God? Believe with certainty that shouldst thou stand a full millennium in the bosom of this flame, it could not singe a single hair of thine. And if perchance thou thinkest I deceive thee, draw near to it, and put it to the proof with thy garment's hem held out between thy hands. Now lay aside now thy fears, turn hitherward, come onward in security. And yet I was still rooted to the spot, 'gainst my own conscience. Seeing me standing still and stubbornly immobile, he said, somewhat disturbed, "Now look thou, son, twixt thee and Beatrice there is just this wall." And even as the dying Pyramus oped his eyes at the name of Thisbe, and gazed upon her at that time the mulberry turned vermilion, even thus my obstinacy suddenly softened, and I turned to my wise guide, hearing the name that evermore wells up within my memory. Whereat he wagged his head and said, "How now? Shall we stay on this side?" Then smiled, as one does at a child who's vanquished by an apple. Then into the fire in front of me he entered, beseeching Statius to come in after me, for he had drifted apart a long way before. When I was in it, into molten glass I would have cast me to refresh myself, so without measure was the burning there. And my sweet father, to encourage me, discoursing still of Beatrice, went on, saying, "Her eyes I seem to see already." A voice that on the other side was singing directed us, and we, attentive to it alone, came forth where the ascent began. "Venite benedicti patris mei," sounded within a splendour which was there, such it overcame me, and I could not look. "The sun departs," it added, "and night cometh. Tarry ye not, but onward urge your steps, so long as yet the west becomes not dark." Straight upward through the rock the path ascended, in such wise that climbing I cut off the rays before me of the sun that now was low, and a few stairs we yet had made essay before my vanished shadow showed us, I and my sages, that the sun had set behind us, and before long the horizon, in all its parts immeasurable, had become indistinguishable, and night her boundless dispensation held. Each of us a stair did make his bed, since the steep nature of the mount denied us the power of climbing, though not the delight, even as goats that have been swift and venturesome upon the mountain tops ere they were fed, but now grow passive when they ruminate, hushed in the shadow while the sun is hot, watched by the herdsman who upon his staff is leaning, and in leaning tendeth them. And as the shepherd lodging out of doors passes the night beside his quiet flock, watching that no wild beast may scatter it, such at that hour were we, all three of us, I like the goat, and like the herdsman they, begirt on this side and on that by rocks. Little could there be seen of things without, but through that little I beheld the stars, more luminous and larger than their wont. Thus, ruminating and beholding these, sleep seized upon me, sleep that oftentimes before a deed is done has tidings to tell of it. It was the hour, I think, when from the east first on the mountain Cytherea beamed, who with the fire of love seems always burning. In a dream methought I saw a lady, youthful and beautiful,
walking in a meadow and singing, gathering flowers and saying, "Know whosoever may my name demand, that I am Leah, and my beauteous hands I move around to make myself a garland. To please me at the mirror, here I deck me, but my sister Rachel never leaves her looking-glass, and sitteth there the whole day long. She is as eager to look at her beauteous eyes as I am to adorn me with my hands. Her seeing and me doing satisfies. And now, before the splendours of the early dawn, for which pilgrims are all the more grateful when they lodge near a home on their return, the darkness fled away on every side, and slumber with it, whereupon I rose, seeing already the great masters risen. That apple sweet, which mortal care doth go in search of amid so many branches, shall bring peace to thy hungering today. Virgil used words such as these in speaking to me, and never were their gifts more pleasant that I might compare to them. Such longing upon longing came over me to rise above, that at each step thereafter I felt the feathers growing in me for flight. When beneath us all the stairway had been run, and we found ourselves upon the highest step, Virgil fixed his eyes on me and said, "Thou hast seen the temporal fire and the eternal sun, and now art come unto a place where I myself can see no farther. By intellect and art I here have brought thee. Henceforth take thine own pleasure for a guide. Thou art free now of the steep and narrow paths. Behold the sun that shines upon thy brow. Behold the grass, the flowerets, and the shrubs, which this land doth by itself alone produce. Until those beauteous eyes, whose tears caused me to come to thee, reach thee rejoicing, thou canst sit down and thou canst walk among them, but expect no more of word or sign from me. Free and upright and sound is thy free will, and it would be an error not to do its bidding. Thee or thyself I therefore crown and mitre." Canto 28. The River Lethe. Matilda. The nature of the terrestrial paradise. Eager to search in and around that heavenly wood, whose dense and living green did shield mine eyes from the new bright day, I left the bank without more delay, crossing the level plain slowly, slowly over the land that perfumed the air around me. A soft and steady breeze breathed continuously upon my brow, with no more force than of a gentle wind that made all the branches, lightly tremulous, lean toward the west, where the sacred mountain cast an early shadow. Yet the trees were not swayed so far from upright as to cause the little birds upon their tops to leave off practising their arts, but singing with joyful delight they greeted the early morning breeze amidst the leaves, which offered to their rhymes another refrain, like the rustling from branch to branch through the pine forest on the shores of Chiasso, when Aeolus unloosens the sirocco. Already my slow steps had taken me so deep into that ancient wood that I no longer could perceive where I had entered it, and lo, a stream cut off my further progress, whose rippling waters bowed the grasses low that on its left bank grew. The most limpid waters of the earth would look tainted by comparison, for that stream had nothing to conceal, although the current rippled dusky brown, brown beneath the shade perpetual that let neither sun nor moonlight through. My feet stopped moving, but my gaze leapt over the river to look beyond at the fresh May flowers so various. And even as when something appears that erases all other thoughts through very wonder, I suddenly perceived a lady quite alone, who walked along singing and gathering flower after flower, which coloured all the path before her. Ah, beauteous lady, who dost warm thyself in the rays of love, if one may trust to looks, which are wont to bear witness to the heart. May it please you, I said to her, to draw nearer to this river bank, that I might hear the words that thou art singing. Thou remindest me of Proserpina, and where and what she may have been when she was lost to her mother, and lost herself to spring. As a lady who is dancing turns, with feet pressed chastely together on the ground, barely placing one foot before the other, so did she turn towards me on the red and yellow path of flowers, like a modest virgin casting down her eyes. And then, to satisfy my prayers, she approached so near that the dulcet sound of her song, as well as its meaning, reached me there. As soon as she was at the grassy verge, bathed by the waters of the beauteous river, she bestowed on me the gift of lifting up her eyes, and I do not think there shone so great a light, even under the lids of Venus, when pierced by the shaft of her own sun against his wish. Erect she stood, and smiling on the other bank, and bearing in her arms the myriad colours which that high ground bears without a seed. The river separated us by 3 paces only, but the Hellespont, where Xerxes crossed, a curb still to all human arrogance, and the rolling swell between Sestos and Abydos could not have been more hated by Leander than that stream was by me for keeping us apart. "Ye are newcomers here," she began, "and perhaps my smiling in this place, appointed as a cradle for humankind, bewilders you with doubt and keeps you marvelling. But the light of the Psalm Delectasti can dispel the clouds in your intellect. And thou, who standest close and didst entreat me, speak if thou more wouldst hear, for I came ready to answer all thy questions as far as needful." "The water," said I, "and this forest's murmurs call into question my new faith in that which I had heard before, contrary to this." Whence she, "I will tell thee the cause of what doth make thee wonder, and shall banish the clouds that thou art troubled by. Goodness supreme, delighting solely in itself, created man good and for good, giving him this place as a pledge of eternal peace. Through his own fault he only briefly sojourned here. Through his own fault he exchanged innocent laughter and sweet play for weeping and for toil. So that the storms which arise below, caused by exhalations from the land and water, which follow the heat wherever possible, might not cause harm to man, this mount was raised high towards heaven to be free of them beyond the point where it is closed. Now, since the universal air revolving round us follows the orbit of the primum mobile, circling freely unless obstructed on any side, when that circular motion strikes this summit, that stands wholly free in the living air, it makes the wood, since it is dense, resound. And this plant, when struck, has so much power that with its virtue it impregnates the breeze, which scatters its reverberations round. And the rest of the earth, according to its quality or clime, conceives and bears forth divers kinds of divers trees. This being known, it should not seem a marvel then on earth, when any plant taketh root without a seed being manifest. And know thou that this sacred plain in which thou art is full of every seed bearing many fruits never gathered there. The water that thou seest doth not rise from any spring, fed by the mist that the cold condenses, like a stream that gains or loses breath. But it flows from a constant and unfailing fountain, which by the will of God as much regains as it discharges from both sides. Upon this side it falls with a certain power which washes away all memory of sin. On that it restores every good deed done. Here it is Lethe called, and on the other Eunoe, and it can only be effective if it first be tasted on this side, then on that. It surpasseth all other savours, and though thy thirst to know may already be slaked, even if I disclose to thee no more, I'll give thee a corollary still for grace, nor think my speech will be to thee less dear if it doth reach beyond my promise to thee. Those who in ancient times have told in song of the age of gold and its felicity, dreamed perhaps of this place upon Parnassus. Here was the human race in innocence, here evermore was spring and every fruit. This is the nectar of which each one speaks. And then did I look around towards my poets, and saw from their smiles that they too had been listening to these closing words. And so to the lovely lady I turned back mine eyes. Canto 29. The Triumph of the Church. She continued, after ending her speech, to sing ardently, like a lady in love, Beati quorum tecta sunt peccata, and even as nymphs that wandered all alone among the sylvan shadows, one sedulous to avoid the sun, and the other eager to see it. She moved onwards then, walking along the bank and counter to the stream, with me abreast, my steps keeping pace with her little ones. We had not walked 100 steps between us, hers and mine, when both banks turned in such a way that I faced the east again. Nor had we journeyed on much further before the lady turned round to me, saying, "Brother, look and listen." And lo, a sudden brightness flooded everything, suffusing the mighty wood on every side, which made me doubt that it was lightning, since lightning ceases even as it comes. As that brightness intensified more and still more, I wondered, what thing is this? For a sweet melody did also ripple through the luminous air, at which righteous indignation made me rebuke Eve's temerity. For when all heaven and earth had been obedient, only woman, just created, refused to remain beneath the veil, under which, had she devoutly stayed, I should have tasted ineffable delights much sooner, and for a longer time. While I walked on amid these manifold first fruits of pleasure infinite, enraptured and expectant of still more delights, the air before us blazed like an enkindled fire beneath the verdant boughs, and the sweet melody was now distinguishable as song. O Virgin sacrosanct, if ever I have endured sleepless nights, cold vigils, or hunger for your sakes, let me now claim my recompense. Now let the pure Helicon pour forth her waters for me, and with her choir let Urania now assist me to put in verse what cannot be conceived. A little farther on, I thought I saw, beyond the considerable distance still between us, what appeared to be 7 trees of gold. But when I approached near enough for the details of the common object, which deceives the senses, to no longer be blurred by distance, the faculty that allows for reason's judgment revealed branch candlesticks before mine eyes, and the song I heard being sung was Hosanna, and this beautiful array of lights flamed far brighter than the mid-month moon in the serene skies of midnight. I turned round towards good Virgil, full of wonder, and he responded with a face no less amazed. Then I turned back to look up at those high, bright things, which moved towards us so sedately they would have been outpaced by new-wed brides. The lady then chid me, saying, "Why dost thou only burn with interest for the living lights, and dost not look at what comes after them?" Then I saw people walking behind the candelabra, as if following their leaders, all dressed in white, and such a whiteness as was never seen on earth. The water of the river shone resplendent to my left, reflecting my left side back like a mirror when I glanced at it. Then I found a spot on the river bank where I was only separated from the sight beyond by the water, and stopped walking to see better. And I beheld the flamelets of the candelabra move, leaving behind them streaks of colour like trailing banners in the air, which fluttered overhead and stayed distinct in 7 rainbow bands, like those the sun has and Diana wears in her girdle. Those standards at the rear streamed far beyond my sight, and it seemed to me the furthest were at least 10 paces apart. Under this shimmering sky as fair as I describe, came the 24 elders, 2 by 2, who were all crowned with lilies, and they were singing, "Blessed art thou among the daughters of Adam, and blessed for evermore shall be thy loveliness." After these ranks elect had walked across the flowers and passed over the tender grasses on the other bank before me, even as star doth follow star in the heavens, 4 creatures appeared close after them, each one crowned with verdant leaves, and they were plumed with 6 wings each, the plumage full of eyes, and were they alive, the eyes of Argus would have been like these. Reader, I will waste no further lines to trace their forms, for other duties press on me, so in this task must I not be prodigal. But read Ezekiel, who describes them even as he beheld them coming from the icy firmament in cloud and whirlwind and with fire. And just as thou shalt find them in his pages, so were they here, save that in their plumage John is with me and differeth from him. Suspended in the space between these 4 was a triumphal chariot on 2 wheels, drawn by a griffin harnessed at the neck, and he extended both wings up between the middle banners, 3 and 3, that none might be harmed by the cleaving tips. His wings rose so high their tips were lost to sight. His limbs were gold as far as he was bird, and white the rest, mixed with bright crimson. Neither Africanus nor Augustus ever gladdened Rome with so splendid a chariot, and even that of the sun itself is poor compared to it. The sun's chariot, which went astray and was burnt up at earth's devout request when Jove imposed mysterious justice. 3 maidens then did follow, dancing in a circle at the right wheel of the chariot, one so very red that she would have disappeared within a fire. The second gleamed as if her flesh and bones had all been fashioned out of emerald. The third seemed as white as newly fallen snow. And they were being conducted, now by the white, now by the red, and from the song of each the others took their step, either swift or slow. At the left wheel 4 others joined the festival, vested in purple, following the measure of one who had 3 eyes within her head. At the rear of the group of those I have described, I saw 2 aged men coming, unlike in garments, but alike in gait, each dignified and grave. One showed himself a disciple, of supreme Hippocrates, whom nature made for those animals she holds most dear. The other manifested a role exactly contrary, with a sword so shining and so sharp it filled me with terror even on this side of the river. Thereafter I saw 4 of humble aspect, and alone behind them an old man, walking in his sleep, his face sharp with vision. And these 7 were robed like the first in the procession, but they wore no garlands of lilies round their heads, but only roses and other crimson-coloured flowers, so that from a distance one would have sworn they were all aflame above their brows. And when the chariot drew directly opposite me, there was a clap of thunder, and that august folk appeared to halt their progress, came no further, and stood still beneath the first of the banners. Canto 30. Virgil's Departure. Beatrice. Dante's Shame. When the septentrion of the highest heaven, which neither knew of setting, nor of rising, nor veil of any other cloud than that of sin, and which made every one aware therein of his own duty, as the lower 7 bring whoever turns the helm to port. The people of truth in front of the procession, between the griffin and the chariot, now standing, turned themselves towards it, as to their peace. And one of them, as if by heaven commissioned, lifted his voice 3 times, and sang, Veni sponsa de Libano, and the others followed after. Even as the blessed at the last trump shall rise up quickened from his tomb, lightly lifting the flesh renewed, so at the voice of the elder 100 ministers and messengers of life eternal rose upon that celestial chariot. And they were all chanting, Benedictus qui venit, and scattering flowers above and round about, Manibus date lilia plenis. I have seen before now, at the dawn of day, the eastern sky all tinged with rose, and the rest of the heavens serene and fair, and the sun's face uprising, veiled by the tempering mists, under whose influence the eye can sustain its sight for longer. So now I saw within the bosom of a cloud of flowers, descending from angelic hands, and downward falling within and out, a lady, who appeared crowned with olive leaves over her snow-white veil, dressed in colours of living flame beneath a green mantle. And my spirit, that had already for so long a time not stood abashed before her presence, struck with awe and trembling through the hidden virtue that flowed from her, felt again the mighty influence of ancient love without further knowledge of mine eyes. So soon as my sight was struck again by that virtue sublime, which had pierced me through already before boyhood was grown out, I turned towards the left, with the trust of a little child running towards his mother when caught in fear or in affliction, to say to Virgil, There isn't a drop of blood left in me that does not tremble. I recognize the traces of the ancient flame. But Virgil had withdrawn himself from us. Virgil had left me, sweetest of all fathers. Virgil, to whose guidance I had given myself. Nor all the beauties that our ancient mother lost prevented my dew-washed cheeks, though purified, from turning dark again with tears. Dante, do not weep because Virgil has departed. Do not weep yet, not yet a while, for by another blade thou needst must weep ere long. E'en as an admiral, who on the poop and prow o'ersees the crew who are working on his ship and cheers them to well-doing, so saw I upon the left of the chariot the lady who had appeared to me before, veiled beneath the angelic procession, fixing her eyes on me across the river, as I turned at the sound of my own name, which of necessity is here recorded. Although the veil that draped from her head, encircled with the olive leaves of Minerva, did not permit me to see her distinctly, she continued to address me majestically, like one who chooses to speak with severity and to keep warm utterances in reserve. "Look at me well. I am indeed Beatrice. How didst thou deign to come unto the mountain? Didst thou not know that man is happy here?" Mine eyes fell, and I looked into the clear pool, but seeing myself there, I sought refuge in the grass, so great a shame did weigh my forehead down. As a mother seemeth strict towards her son, so did she appear to me, for somewhat bitter is the taste of compassion when severe. Silent she became, and the angels suddenly sang, "In te Domine speravi," but did not pass beyond the words, "my feet." Even as the snow among the living rafters congeals to ice on the back of Italy, blown and drifted on by Sclavonian winds, and then, dissolving, trickles through itself whene'er the land begins to breathe, free of shade, like a fire melting a taper, even so was I, without a single tear or sigh, before the song of those who sing for ever after the music of the eternal spheres. But when I heard their compassion for me in the sweet melodies, as if they were saying, "Oh, wherefore, lady, dost thou thus upbraid him?" the ice that was congealed about my heart to air and water melted, and all my anguish gushed from my breast through eyes and mouth. She on the right of the chariot stood still, still and steady, and then directed thus her discourse to those holy beings. "Ye keep your watch through the eternal day, so that nor night nor sleep can steal from you one step the world may make along its way. Therefore is my answer given with such care, that he who weepeth yonder may understand, and his sin and sorrow be of equal measure. Not only through the work of those great wheels that destine its fulfilment to each seed, according to the conjunction of the stars, but also through the bounty of celestial grace which showers upon us from such lofty heights that our vision can scarcely approach it, did this man potentially become, in his new life, what true skill would have shown to be miraculous within him. But the more good vigour soil possesseth, so much more malignant and more savage it is, if untilled and with bad seed. Sometime did I sustain him with my looks, and revealing unto him my youthful eyes, did lead him with me to the right path. But as soon as ever my second age drew near, and I upon that threshold changed my life, this one left me, and gave himself to others. I was less dear to him, less pleasing, when from flesh to spirit I ascended, and beauty and virtue were increased in me, and into untrue paths he turned his steps, pursuing then false images of good that never fulfill their promises. Nor did it avail me to try and call him back by means of dreams or other prayers of inspiration. So little did he heed them. He sank so low that all means for his salvation were already short, save showing him the people of perdition. For this I visited the gates of hell, and my intercession was with tears conveyed to him who so far up has led him here. God's lofty law would be violated if Lethe should be passed, and if such fruits be tasted without some forfeit of penitence that gushes forth in tears. Canto 31. Reproaches of Beatrice and Confession of Dante. The Passage of Lethe. The Seven Virtues. The Griffin. Then turning the point of her discourse to me, whose edge had already seemed so keen, she recommenced without further pause. Say, O thou who dost stand beyond the sacred river, say if all this be true or not. To such a charge thy own confession needs must be conjoined. My faculties were in so great confusion that though the voice spoke, its sense was lost before that organ set it free. A while she waited, then she said, What thinkest thou? Answer me, for the sad memories in thee have not yet been erased by water. The mingling together of confusion and dismay forced such a yes from out my mouth that sight was needed to understand it. Then, even as a crossbow breaks if the bowstring and the bow are drawn too tight, and the arrow hits the mark with less force when discharged, so I gave way beneath that heavy burden, pouring out a torrent of tears and sighs, with a voice that stammered in its passage. Whence she, in those desires inspired by me which led thee to the loving of that good, beyond which nothing is there to aspire to, what pits lay in your path, what chains didst thou find, that made thee thus abandon all hope of passing onward? And what allurements or attractions were displayed upon the brows of the others, that thou shouldst turn thy steps towards them? After heaving a bitter sigh, I hardly could find voice to offer the fatigued response which my lips formed. Weeping, I murmured, Things of the present, with their false pleasures, turned my steps aside, as soon as e'er your face was hidden. And she, Hadst thou been silent or denied what thou confessest, no less manifest would thy faults be. Such is the judge who knoweth. But when self-accusation of a sin comes bursting out of one's own mouth, the grindstone turns and blunts the edge in our tribunal. However, that thou might feel still greater shame for thy transgression, and mayest be more strong on hearing the sirens another time, cast away the seeds of tears, and listen to me. So shalt thou hear in how contrary a way my buried flesh should have directed thee. Art and nature had never granted thee pleasure so great as the fair limbs wherein I was enclosed, now scattered in the dust. And if the highest pleasure thus did fail thee by reason of my death, what mortal thing should then have drawn thee to desire it? Truly, at the first shaft of things fallacious, thou shouldst have risen up to follow me, who was no longer such. Thou shouldst not have stooped so low for some young woman or brief-lived vanity, and let thy wings droop down for further blows. The young bird may linger for 2 or 3, but the net is spread before the eyes, and the shaft shot in vain for those that are fully fledged. Even as children, silent in their shame, stand listening, with their eyes upon the ground, and conscious of their fault, and penitent, so was I standing there, and she said, If thou dost grieve in hearing this, lift up thy bearded chin, and feel an even greater pain in seeing. A sturdy oak
is uprooted with less resistance either by a native northern wind or by one from southern regions of Yarbas, then I raised my chin at her command, and when she demanded my eyes, by speaking of my beard, I well perceived the venom of her meaning. And when my countenance was lifted up, I saw those primal beings, beautiful, were resting from the strewing of the flowers. And still but little reassured, I then saw Beatrice turned round towards the monster that is one person only in two natures. Beneath her veil, beyond that margent green, she seemed to surpass her old self more than all the others, even more than when alive. And I was sore pricked by the thorn of penitence, that the one who most turned me towards love had most become my foe. Such great remorse then stung me at the heart, that overpowered I fell, and what I then became she knoweth, who had furnished me the cause. When the heart revived my outward faculties, I saw the lady I had found alone, looking down on me, and saying, "Hold me, hold me." She had drawn me in the river, up to my neck, and was pulling me behind her, moving light as a shuttle through the water. When I drew near unto the blessed shore, I heard Asperges mei, so sweetly sung that I cannot remember, much less write it. The beautiful lady opened wide her arms, embraced my head, and plunged me underneath, where I was forced to swallow of the water. Then forth she drew me, and all dripping brought me to the dance of the four beautiful ones, and each with her arm did embrace me. "We are nymphs here," they chanted, "and in the sky are stars. Ere Beatrice descended to the world, we were appointed as her handmaids. We will lead thee to her eyes, but so that thou mayst see the joyous light which is within them, the three beyond, who more profoundly look, shall further sharpen thy sight." Thus singing they began, and then afterwards unto the griffin's breast they led me, where Beatrice was standing, turned towards us. "See that thou dost not spare thine eyes," they said. "We have set you before the brightest emeralds, from which love shot his shafts at thee. 1,000 desires, hotter than any fire, fastened mine eyes upon those shining eyes that were steadfastly fixed upon the griffin. As in a glass, the sun, not otherwise. Within them both was the twofold being reflected, now in the one, now in the other mode. Think, reader, how I marvelled in myself when I beheld the thing itself stand still, and yet its image constantly changing. While my joyous soul, filled with amazement, was tasting of this food, which even as it satisfies, arouses evermore the appetite, the other three advanced, revealing themselves to be ladies of noble bearing and high rank, singing to their angelic saraband. "Turn, Beatrice, O turn thy holy eyes," such was their song, "unto thy faithful one, who has to see thee ta'en so many steps. In grace do us the grace that thou unveil thy face to him, that he may there discern the second beauty which thou dost conceal. O splendour of the living light eternal, which of us is there, beneath the shadow of Parnassus, who has grown so pale or drunk at its cistern, that he would not feel his mind to be encumbered, striving to paint thee, as thou didst then appear, where the harmonious heaven overshadowed thee, as thou unveiled thyself in the clear air." Canto 32, The Tree of Knowledge, Allegory of the Chariot.
So steadfast and attentive were mine eyes, in satisfying 10 long years of thirst, that my other senses all were dulled, and raised walls of indifference on this side and on that, as her holy smile drew me inward, caught in its old familiar net. But soon my sight was forced to turn away as I looked left towards those goddesses whom I heard say, "Ah, too intensely." And for a short space my vision darkened, and I was bereft of sight, in like condition as when eyes are lately smitten by the sun. But once my sight reformed to lesser things, I mean lesser compared to the greater splendour from which I had perforce withdrawn, I saw the glorious pageant had wheeled about on its right flank, and was returning, with the sun and the sevenfold flames illuminating all faces. As a squadron retreats to safety beneath its shields, and then wheels round its pennants before it can fully change direction, so the advance vanguard of that soldiery of the celestial kingdom had passed us entirely before the chariot shafts had turned. Then the maidens returned to their previous position at the wheels, and the griffin moved forward with his blessed burden, without ruffling a single feather. Statius and I, and the fair lady who drew me through the ford, followed at the wheel, which made a tighter arc in turning. So, passing through the lofty forest, vacant because of her who trusted in the serpent, our steps kept pace with the angelic music. We had proceeded, perchance, as far as 3 flights of an arrow loosened from the bow, when Beatrice descended from the chariot, and I heard them murmur, "Adam," all together, and began to circle round about a tree whose boughs were all stripped of blooms and leaves. The topmost branches of its canopy, stretching wider the further up they rose, might have been marvelled for their height by Indians in their forests. Blessed art thou, O Griffin, that dost not tear these branches with thy beak, once sweet to taste, but since turned evil to the appetite. Thus round the mighty tree did they all cry, and the twofold creature after this fashion, "Thus is preserved the seed of all the just." And lifting the chariot shaft he had been pulling, he drew it near the widowed boughs, bound it there, and left it beneath the tree. Just as our trees bud in spring, when the great light downward falls, mingled with that which shines from Aries, following the celestial Pisces. Just as leaves begin to swell and then renew, each one decked in its own colours, ere the sun harness his steeds beneath another star. So too that tree, revealing tints that were less than rose and more than violet, renewed its leaves, whose boughs erstwhile had been so desolate. I did not understand the hymn which afterwards that people sang. I had never heard it, nor is it sung here, nor could I bear its melody to the end. Had I the power to paint the way the pitiless eyes of Argos fell asleep, listening to the tale of Syrinx, those long-watching eyes that cost him so dear at last, I would then portray, even as an artist, painting from a model, how I was lulled asleep. But let him who can draw drowsiness try doing it. And so I needs must pass to the time when I awoke, when a splendour rent from me the veil of slumber, and a summons, "Rise, what dost thou?" As Peter and John and James were guided to behold the apple tree in blossom, which makes angels greedy for its fruit, and perpetual wedding feasts in heaven, and once conducted there, were all taken by sleep, only coming to themselves at the word by which still greater slumbers have been broken, and saw their band diminished by the loss not only of Elias, but of Moses also, and the white raiment of their master changed. So too did I revive, and saw that compassionate one standing above me, who had been my conductress before, guiding my steps along the river. And all in doubt I asked, "Where's Beatrice?" And she, "Behold her, seated underneath the leafage new, down at the root of it. Behold the company that encircles her. The rest behind the griffin are ascending with songs more melodious and more profound." And if she spoke in greater detail, I know not, because she was already in my sight, who from hearing aught else removed me. Alone she sat upon the very earth, left there as guardian of the chariot, which I had witnessed the dual-natured creature anchor to the tree. The 7 nymphs, with those lights in their hands which are secure from Aquilon and Auster, encircled and enclosed her like a cloister. Then Beatrice spoke. "Thou shalt be here a forester a short while, and shalt be with me ever after, a citizen of that Rome where Christ is Roman. Therefore, for the good of the world which liveth ill, fix thine eyes on the chariot, and what thou seest, take heed thou write when thou returnest to the earth." Thus did Beatrice instruct me, and I, who at the feet of her commandments all devotion was, directed mind and sight to what she willed. Never did lightning strike with such speed from a dense cloud, or charged with rain, falling in regions which are far remote, than the eagle, that bird of Jove, which I saw swoop down on the tree, stripping away the bark, the blossoms and new leaves, all through it, and finally striking at the chariot with all his force, whereat it reeled, like a vessel in a tempest, tossed by waves, now starboard and now larboard. Thereafter I saw leap into the body of the triumphal chariot a vixen that seemed starved of wholesome food. But my lady put the beast to as swift a flight as such a fleshless skeleton could bear, upbraiding her for hideous sins. Then, by the way that it had come before into the chariot itself, I saw the eagle descend, leaving it feathered with his plumes, and a voice from heaven such as issues from a heart that mourns was heard, saying, "My little bark, how badly art thou freighted." Methought then that I saw the earth yawn between both wheels, and from it rise a dragon, who fixed his tail upward through the chariot. Then, like a wasp that draweth back its sting, he wrenched off part of the chariot floor as he withdrew his evil tail, and went his way, rejoicing. The wreckage left behind was soon covered again with more feathers, like grass in a fertile region, offered perhaps with pure intention and benign. And in less time than a sigh keeps lips apart, the shaft of the chariot and both wheels were with this plumage speedily reclothed. Transfigured thus, the holy structure acquired new heads upon its separate parts, 3 on the axle, and 1 at either corner. The first were horned like oxen, but the other 4 had but a single horn upon the forehead. A like prodigious beast was never seen before. And seated high upon it, firm as a fortress on a mountain top, there appeared to me a shameless whore with roving eyes, and as if to guard her against abduction, standing upright beside her,
I beheld a giant, and ever and anon they kissed each other. But whenever her wanton wandering eye turned upon me, her angry paramour from head to foot did scourge her. Then, full of jealousy and fierce with wrath, he loosed the beast and dragged it away so far that the forest itself became a screen between me and the whore riding the strange beast.
Canto 33. Lament over the state of the church. Final reproaches of Beatrice. The river Eunoe. Then the maidens, in the midst of tears, began singing Deus venerunt gentes, alternating melodiously between 3 and 4 part psalmody, and Beatrice, compassionate and sighing, listened to them with a countenance scarce more changed than Mary's at the cross. But when the virgins gave way for her to speak, she rose to her feet to make response, with a face flushed the colour of fire. Modicum, et non videbitis mei, et iterum, my beloved sisters, modicum, et vos videbitis mei. Then all 7 she placed in front of her, and after, by beckoning only, she also summoned me, the lady, and the sage who stayed. So in this fashion she moved forward, and I do not think her 10th step had touched the ground, when her eyes turned and struck mine, and in a tranquil manner she then said, "Come more quickly, close to me, so that if I speak, thou mayest be well placed to listen to me." As soon as I placed myself as near her as I should, she said to me, "Why, brother, dost thou not venture to question now, in coming with me?" Like one of those who are too reverential to speak in the presence of superiors, and cannot raise a living utterance to their lips. So it was for me that with imperfect voice I thus began. "My needs, Madonna, you do know, and therefore what is good for them." And she to me, "I would have thee strip thyself henceforth of fear and bashfulness, and speak no longer like someone in a dream. Know that the chariot which the serpent broke was and is not, and let the guilty one know this, that God's vengeance does not fear a sop. The eagle that laid his plumes upon the chariot, turning it thereby monstrous, and then to prey, shall not remain forever without air. For I see with certainty, and therefore do narrate it, that the stars already draw near to that time, when, safe from every hindrance and bar, one sent by God that is 510 and 5, shall slay that thievish woman, together with the same giant who doth sin with her. And perhaps this promise, dark as the utterances of Themis and the Sphinx, may less persuade thee, since, like their prophecies, it clouds the intellect. But the facts are for Naiades to unravel, who shall soon resolve this onerous riddle, without destruction of any flocks or fields. Note thou this, and even as my words are uttered, so teach them unto those who live that life which races towards death. And bear in mind, whene'er thou writest them, not to conceal what thou didst see, that tree, which here twice pillaged hast already been. Whosoever doth rob or shatter it, by deeds of blasphemy, offendeth God, who made it holy for his use alone. For merely biting at it did the firstborn soul for 5,000 years and more, in pain and in desire, crave him who punished through himself that bite. Thy wit is slumbering, if it doth not realize that for some special reason it must be so preeminently high, so wide at summit, And if thy vain imaginings had not been like the waters of Elsa round thy mind, darkening like Pyramus the mulberry their pleasures, thou wouldst recognize in many instances and many circumstances the moral justice of God's prohibition of that tree. But since I see thee lost in thine intellect, converted to a stone and stained with sin, so that the light of my discourse dazes thee, I would also wish that if thou canst not write it, then thou bear its painted image back with thee, in the same way the pilgrim's staff doth bear the palm. And I replied, my brain now bears the imprint of you, as the wax, bearing the imprint of the seal, cannot change the figure stamped upon it. But why doth your discourse, which I so long for, soar so far beyond my power of sight, that the more I strive, so much the more I lose it? That thou mayest recognize, she said, the school which thou hast followed, and mayst see whether or not its doctrine doth reflect my discourse, and mayst understand that your path is as far distant from the divine teachings as is the earth far from the high, swift-circling heavens. Whence to her I answered, I do not remember ever having estranged myself from you, nor have I conscience of it that reproves me. And if thou art not able to remember now, she answered, smiling, let me remind thee that thou hast this very day drunk deep of Lethe. And if fire from smoke may be inferred, this oblivion clearly demonstrates some error of thy will that hath been fixed otherwhere. But truly from this time shall my words be as naked to thee as it is befitting to lay them open unto thy rude gaze. The sun was shining more brightly, moving more slowly through the meridian circle, which varies here and there depending on location. And then, as one who goes before a squadron, like guide or guard, cometh to a halt on finding something new upon his way, our escort halted. The 7 ladies stopped at the edge of a dark shadow, such as the Alps cast over their cold streams, lying beneath green leaves and branches black. Before them methought I saw the Tigris and Euphrates issuing from one fountain and slowly parting like friends from one another. O light, O glory of the human race, I prayed, what stream is this which here unfolds from out one source and separates from itself? In reply to my prayer she said, beg Matilda that she might tell thee. And at this, like one who doth free himself from blame, the beautiful lady answered, this and more was told him already by me, and I am sure that the waters of Lethe have not hid them from him. And Beatrice, perhaps a greater care, which oftentimes robs us of our memory, hath dimmed the obscure vision of his mind. But behold you Noe, that yonder rises. Lead him to it, and as thou art accustomed, revive again the half-dead virtue in him. Like a gentle soul that doth not seek excuses, but maketh its own will conform to another's, as soon as by a sign that is disclosed. Even so, after taking charge of me, the beautiful lady set out, saying unto Statius in her womanly way, come with him. Reader, if I possessed more space for writing, I would yet attempt to sing in part of the sweet draught that never satiates. But inasmuch as all the pages now are full that were prepared for this second canticle, the curb of art no farther lets me go. From the most holy water I returned, regenerated, in the manner of new trees that are renewed with fresh foliage, pure and disposed to mount towards the stars.